Bismillah. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Amma ba'd. Assalamu alaikum. Anybody there? If you can hear me, you can type something in the chat. If not, no problem. I'm just going for a walk. And I thought, why not just go online? So, put a few thoughts out of my head and onto paper. Well, not onto paper, but through the microphone and publish it through the stream. I guess my first thought is to do with the just recently resigned Health Secretary of the United Kingdom. What's his name? Something Hancock. I don't remember his first name. And what took place there. So this chap, who has been in a very sort of senior position in our government and has been appearing on television and in the media for the past many months, telling people what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, and shutting down people's businesses, and you know, all about this lockdown. And well, somebody leaked images of him involved with one of his aides, AIDS, yeah. I think she's an aide, I don't know. Her name is Coladangelo, that's the name that was published. And this is a supposedly married man. Obviously, we haven't witnessed any penetration or sort of, you know, actual sexual misconduct, but what we saw is a photograph of a man hugging a woman and kissing her at a time when he's supposed to be socially distanced. So the hypocrisy. Finally, the public were outraged at the hypocrisy of a politician. Now, initially, the Prime Minister said, you know, I've listened to his excuses and, you know, I've said it's okay, get on with your job. You know, he pardoned him or like, but certain members of the public who are typically apathetic to, well, should I say, more obedient to politicians and what the media tells them, they've been outraged, saying, wait a minute, somebody wrote in, phoned into LBC and said, I couldn't spend 10 minutes with my father who was dying in bed because of this lockdown protocol. And you're telling me this man is flouting the same rules he's been forcing on me. And so there was so much outrage. In terms of the outrage, I think it's how it was vented through social media using memes, which caused the government, I mean, memes are an effective way to deal with government propaganda. Well, there was so much of it. Even this guy who does music, I forgot his name, but he kind of remakes, he's a comedian that remakes famous pop songs. He done one about the Hancock affair. Well, the point is, eventually, Matt Hancock resigned. Now, was he asked to resign by the Prime Minister? Or did he self-sacrifice? Today, the Prime Minister was asked a question and it sounded like he hinted that he sacked him. I mean, you can sack somebody without, you know, saying you're fired. You can sack them by asking them to resign. So that may be the case. Alaikum salam, everybody. And so with Matt Hancock resigning for behaving in a hypocritical manner, finally we see the public demanding from their politicians some sort of integrity. But was it sufficient for him to resign? Should he not be charged with some sort of misconduct in a public office? I mean, not only did he violate these protocols, look, if you travel from the United States to the UK, you have to quarantine for 14 days in your home because the US is on the amber list. They've got 3 lists, the green list, the amber list, and the the red list. If you're in an amber list country, you have to quarantine in your home for 14 days. You have to pay for 2 PCR tests. And we had the G7 summit a few days ago. Joe Biden arrived from the United States and left within 14 days. What happened to this protocol? Supposedly the prime minister was, what's the word? He's suffering. He became ill with COVID, didn't he, earlier in the year or a year ago? So should he be allowed to mix with the president of the United States? I mean, it's ridiculous. Why there's one rule for one group of people and another rule for others. What this has uncovered is the corruption that exists in this, I don't know, group of elite who get voted into power, these positions of parliament and government. Interestingly, Hancock's brother became the manager of one of the companies that provides COVID, I'm not going to say the word, but PCR testing equipment. So you got nepotism, you got all sorts of corruption happening. Now, what's going to be done about that? It's just going to be overlooked. Instead, what are the politicians looking at? They're looking at the idea of how did this footage of Matt Hancock, how did it get leaked? This footage was in a secure space, right? It's classified data. It shouldn't be released to the public. Who got hold of it? Well, that's what they're going to investigate. Now, that brings us to another topic. Conceptually speaking, should politicians be afforded such a right to privacy? Since their job is to serve the public as public servants, how can they be held to account? How can they be prevented or detected when they perform corruption, especially on a scale in the positions that they're in, which has such a significant impact on the society that they're governing? So should they not be subject to scrutiny? That's more of a fair question. I just realized that I haven't shared the link to everybody and people are asking questions. So let me see if I can share the link. Whoever wants to jump on, you can give me your opinions. In the meantime, Khalid ibn al-Walid in the chat says, what was the debate with Jada Franson about? What did you talk to her about? Yes, so on the Right Reaction channel, which is run by Ralph, he had a special guest today. Her name is Jada Franson. And she's known for her past being a member or leader of the party called Britain First? Yeah, along with Paul Golding. She's now part of another, or started her own party called, I don't remember the name of it, something to do with national and something to do with Britain. So you know what that party's about. But basically, a few different people were in there asking questions, including Kay from Soko Films, you know, the Christian Bible basher. And what she did when she jumped on was basically bash Jada with the Bible. Constant Bible bashing. By the way, let me get this link. How do I get it? Not sure. Yeah. And then Zubaydah came on. Well, I was on before Zubaydah. You know, I had a little bit of a conversation with the lady too. But Jada's conversation with Kay was really trying to prove how Christian she is and how much the Bible is really going to drive her policies. And Kay's direction was really anti-immigrant, quite almost racist, although she kept throwing in the defense of Nigerian Christians who, in her view, are being persecuted in Muslim countries. Let me see if I can share this link. So have a look at the chat. There's the link. Whoever wants to join, just click that. Yep. So that was K. After K, well, it was me. So I asked a few various questions about Muslims, of course, because as a Muslim, I'd like to know, where do I stand in your worldview? I mean, she wants Britain to be a Christian land. Well, that wasn't quite clear, actually. Kay wants Britain to be a Christian land. Jada, while speaking to Kay, indicated she wants it to be a Christian land, but later on kind of hinted to it be more of an ethno-state, ethno-nationalism. She even said she's an ethno-nationalist. Then, yeah, so Zubaydah came on, and she gave her sort of question: if Britain was to be multi-ethnic but Christian, or multi-ethnic and Christian, or where the English are a minority at that point, or what's the other option? Yeah, it's English, like purely English, no other ethnicities, but it's not Christian. It's multi-faith, perhaps. Which would you choose? And Jada chose the Christian option, which meant if there was a foreign country which had that concept, she would migrate to it. Yeah. So, yeah. All right. So anyway, the link is out. If you want to jump on, you're welcome. And this user called English Dawah League with your fake broken English. Why are you pretending? Just be yourself. Come on with your regular user ID. Yeah, all white and liberal. It'll be all white on the night. Yeah, so Jen, I don't know what your thoughts are on that show. Yeah, I thought it was a good show anyway. Interesting discussion. She's really thrown Tommy under the bus now, though, hasn't she? And before I left, I put her in an awkward position with regards to Jews, right? Because I asked her about, in fact, there was a question in the chat from See Alive about her, walking into a masjid with her boots on. Has she apologized for it? So I asked that question, and she said she's not going to apologize for it. Any foreign, any mosque, anything that's not a church in the UK, in her opinion, is desecrating our land. So she has a right to go in there. So I said, well, what about the Jewish synagogue? Do you feel the same way about that? She said, yes. That's going to cause problems later if she's really considering running for, some sort of leadership. So whoever wants to, not screen grab, what's the word? Grab the audio. Yeah, a good opportunity there. That's a statement that will come back to haunt you in the future. And they're sort of like brushing down the idea, because I asked another question with regards to the economy. And we know what's really destroyed the economy and what causes countries to be in servitude to the Treasury, for example, or the Federal Reserve. And that is the usury-based capitalist system. And being a Christian, as she claims, would she get rid of usury? No, she's basically arguing there's no need to get rid of it. It's a good thing. And there's no requirement in the Bible to get rid of it. But I said, what about in the Bible where it says to throw the money lenders out of the temple? They seemed unaware of that Bible verse. I just came across it today randomly. I don't know. I wasn't looking for it. I read it earlier today elsewhere. And it came in useful. So, yeah. Well, it wasn't quite clear if she's supporting Israel. Well, she was kind of supporting Israel, but also throwing them under the bus too. She was saying that Israel is implementing its own kind of policies with regards to preservation of their ethnicity or Jewish identity, but they don't want the English to do the same. In fact, they're kind of interfering with the West and forcing immigration on them. I think this was more of a pandering statement to the ethnats to get them on side, because this is what a lot of them believe. If you speak to people like the Big Potato, etc. Sheikh one says, tell her next time the Bank of England ain't English, it's Yiddish. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to say I enjoyed the conversation. It was a sort of respectable chat, to the extent where you have disagreements, but you can do it in an adult way and a respectable way. It was good. Yeah, you don't have to curse each other out in order to disagree, you know. So, an adult way to communicate. She had a dog barking a lot in the background. Eventually she saw to it and then it went quiet. Hopefully she just fed it some food and drink and didn't do anything besides that. Mr. Islam says, Israel is preserving their heritage in the wrong land since their ancestors came from Eastern Europe. Well, that is something that many people argue. Like, if it's the case that they were sort of evicted from Poland and Germany, shouldn't they be given their own land in Poland and Germany? Why would you give them somebody else's land? It's a fair point. But who's really to blame for that? Don't you really blame Muslims for that? For doing what they did to bring the downfall of the Ottoman Empire? Muslims used to have a homeland. Now they don't. Now they have countries. We have nation states, where one Muslim from one state is not welcome in the nation state of another, unless you're from some certain tribe that crosses the boundaries, and then you can apply. So, yeah, that's true, Abu Bilal. Many Israelis came from North Africa. That's right. Jen Wallace says, I'm sympathetic to European nationalism in the aspect all people deserve a land to call home. But being an American, where we are highly mixed and this is not our land, we do not have that luxury. Right, so Assad says, big up, man, like reactionary. Yes, brother. Yeah, big up to you, bro. By the way, let me post the link again, because people always complain and I forget. Yeah, there it is. So whoever wants to jump on, click the link. And so earlier, in the morning, I was on Ralph's channel as well. And I mean, I thought about something which I'd never considered before. And check this out. Tell me if you agree. Prior to, I don't know, the fall of the Ottomans, right? That the Ottomans, or not just the Ottomans, but prior to the Ottomans, all the way through a large portion of history, who were the superpower of the world? I mean, you had the Romans in the beginning, then you had the Persians, and even in the Quran, Allah said, "Ghulibat al-Rum," right? That the Romans will be overcome. And then Islam became the world's superpower. It was the world's superpower. For how many centuries? Many centuries. Okay? Through large swathes of the earth. And when did the United States emerge as the world's superpower? Well, prior to the United States, you had the United Kingdom, or sorry, the Commonwealth. So that was sort of in conjunction with the fall of the Ottomans. So as the Ottomans fell, the British were an empire. They established Palestine, well, Israel, and then the United States emerged as a superpower just between World War I and World War II. Now, during that time, that's when the suffragette movement kicked off in the UK. But the suffragette movement, I mean, the impression we're given, the sort of, whenever we hear history from the United Kingdom, we're told that, you know, this is the epicenter of anything that happens in the world. In reality, that liberalist concept of feminism was it was establishing itself in the United States. Okay, the UK just followed. And here's the reason why. Anytime you have a superpower on the world stage, other countries will automatically adopt cultural practices from that superpower, right? That's why you have the whole Hollywood movie industry. They promote soft power through the movies that they produce. It colonizes people psychologically and culturally. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that along with the fall of the Muslim empire came the rise of a new superpower, and that was the United States. Now, because in Europe, when the Muslims were a superpower, Europeans, how did they used to dress? They used to dress like Muslims. The women used to dress like Muslims in Europe. In Austria, women would wear niqab, not just a hijab, they would wear a niqab. They would dress all in black. And in England, women would be dressed in hijabs. Look at any footage from the old days, you'll see that. It seems to be hidden from the movie scenes. But this is what the reality is. The UK and much of Europe had what we hear today as Christian values. These values are not Christian values, they're Muslim values. Because the superpower of the world had these values, these were adopted in Christian countries. And the evidence is, once the Muslim superpower disappeared, what happened to the Christian values? Vanished. And that's what you've got the problem today, as no more traditional values. You've got this whole movement of LGBTQ, etc. You've got feminism, liberalism, and there's no problem with feminism and liberalism. It's the absolute form of it that's a problem. Because Islam supports women's rights, it supports freedom for the individual. At the same time, the absolute concept of it is something that isn't supported by Islam. So, yeah, what you're seeing today is the UK. When people complain that the UK has lost or is losing its traditional Christian values, it's not, don't let them blame Islam for that. Let them blame the fact that the superpower of the world has lost those values. Okay? Because the United States is not a Christian country. It's a secular country. There's a constant battle in the US between Christians and secularists. Right? A constant battle. So yeah. And this is why when Muslims talk about, yeah, we want to remain in the UK, we want to establish Islam in the UK. No, bro. Stop that stupid argument. I mean, who cares if a nationalist wants their country to remain with their traditional culture? Who cares? No Muslim, especially if you're a refugee immigrant, why on earth would you come to the UK seeking to remain here forever? No, if you could have a better opportunity for success elsewhere, you're going to leave and go there. Okay? Now, what we need as Muslims, you can disagree if you like, is for a Muslim homeland. And that Muslim homeland should be free to prosper. Not some artificial puppet state that's been put in place by certain Western nations to justify bombing them. No, what we want is a balanced, upright, just, righteous Muslim nation, which can be free to establish itself economically and religiously, and a homeland for all Muslims to travel to, no matter where they are in the world. They can seek sanctuary there if they're oppressed in another country. And then what will happen? People like Jada will be happy because Muslims will be happy to leave. In fact, you're going to find lots of European Christians begging to come to those countries. You see that, almost see that in Dubai. Look how many Westerners have got homes there, or second homes, or even first homes. And Dubai is nothing like the type of homeland that I'm trying to talk about. Ishmael Fletcher says, hello, Reactionary. You did good on Ralph Reaction. You won. Thanks, Ishmael Fletcher. I wasn't trying to win or lose anything. I just went on to have a conversation, see how it goes. But thanks for your comment. Mr. Islam says, liberal Muslims worse than Islamophobes, since they're the hidden enemy within our community. Yeah, bad times. your comment, MBS and KSA UAE will usurp Islam 2030. It's not nice what's going on there, to be honest. And as much as people, some of us have tried to sort of remain, you know, involved in the discussions about Saudi Arabia and these other Gulf countries. You just have to sit back and say, boy, there's not much I can defend there, you know? What do you want me to do? They don't care about us. You think they care about us in the West? That whole thing since 9/11 of global Islamic terrorism. You think it was just the United States and the UK that was pushing that idea? No. Saudi Arabia was pushing that, peddling that nonsense as well. Yeah, and don't forget which countries' airplanes were allowed to flee from the United States after that event. Yeah, which country was it? It's all a big game. I don't think they give a damn about the Ummah. They might care about their own nationality, but they don't care about Muslims and Islam. And you see what? This is what differentiates Islam and Judaism today. Why do Jews have success if that's what you're going to claim? Why are they so successful? And they're so few in number. Because they care about themselves. They're not going to allow some third party to come along and, you know, demean them globally, call it a 10-year campaign against them in the news and media, calling them terrorists and stuff. No, they'll stand up for their religion. Unlike the stupid Muslim ummah that we have today. Hold on a second. There's the link. All right, don't complain that I don't post the link. There it is. But nobody's jumping on. All right, so Ishmael Fletcher said, oh, sorry, where are we? Yeah, what do you think of Zubaydah versus Jada? Yeah, I thought it was an interesting conversation. And I thought Zubaydah asked some good questions. Obviously, like, you have to remember that Jada doesn't come on the panels often. So you have to give her a bit of leeway. You have to give her a bit of, don't be too challenging. Don't make it uncomfortable for her where she's going to run away. Because at any moment, she could say, oh, I'm jumping off. I've got things to do. The dog's barking. But you have to kind of give her an opportunity, be a bit easy with her. At the same time, making your points. I thought Zubaydah did well. It doesn't mean in terms of what's going on in the online Muslim community that I support one side or another. Forget that stuff. You know, I'm just talking just from the conversation that took place. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Sheikh One says any pure Muslim nation will be bombed to the Stone Age because it will be a threat to the banking system. Interest-free loans. Exactly. And this is the question that I put forward to Jada about the money lenders and the interest system. Is she going to tackle it? What's she going to do about it? Ralph jumped in trying to say, oh, well, I know about banking. Well, he's not the only one with experience in banking, okay? He's not the only one. I'm not going to go showing off and say, I know this and I know that. But I know something about banking too. Okay. Abu Bilal Al-Maghribi. I'm working on a project to try and revive the Baytul Mal using blockchain technology. Inshallah, Abu Bilal, you know, just share a link about it. If there's any support you need, maybe there's people on here that can help you. Hopefully you're doing some sort of open source project because you're going to get lots of people around the world who'll be able to contribute. So, but may Allah give you success if your intention is pure. Ishmael Fletcher says, Zubaydah was good, but she needs to read more. You know, Ishmael Fletcher, she's young. That's what we always say about anybody coming up. But she does read. I mean, she had a book club on her Discord group, didn't she? I don't know what happened since I got kicked out of it. Mokit Khan says, Jada would want to make hijrah to such an Islamic empire with the way Western superpowers are giving into liberalism and well, she was asked the question about would she rather live in a Christian nation in Greece or some foreign country, or would she rather live in the UK, which is ethnically pure, but not practicing Christianity. She said she'd rather migrate. Joe Baz, wa alaikum salam, brother. Just talking about a few different things. One of them is the conversation with Jada on Ralph's channel, and talked about Matt Hancock and the hypocrisy, or the acceptance of hypocrisy in modern society from politicians, and how that was a rare glimpse of people not accepting it. Okay. Mr. Islam, liberal Muslims are quick to throw Salafis under the bus. I saw it on BBC Big Questions. Yeah, bro. That's true. Bad Times says Bandar Bush. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a bit behind on the comments. Right, so that said, what you lose on the battlefield cannot be reclaimed on a meeting table from those who have taken from you with the bullets. That's, I can't disagree with that, right, so that's it. Although, sometimes the oppressor will take from you when they're in a position of their strength. And occasionally, what happens is that position of strength dwindles because of, I don't know, complacency or battles on other fronts. And if that's the case, if they get occupied by battles on other fronts, or they're complacent, those are opportunities as well to negotiate things in your favor. So it's a combination. Ismail Fletcher, they said they have 98% Sharia in Azerbaijan. Okay, 98, not 90, not 97%, 98% is it? Okay, interesting. Blame so-called Muslim rulers first who allowed it to happen, says Sheikh One. Yeah, but at the same time, let's say you replace that ruler with another Muslim ruler. Is it going to be any different? It's not going to be any different. You know, the people get what they deserve. If the people are righteous, then you can see a change. Well, in general, yeah, but at the same time, you do have a point that there is also foreign interference to prevent the establishment of righteous Muslims running a homeland for Muslims. But I think this is an important idea. When I mentioned about Muslims having a homeland, somebody asked me, are you Hizb ut-Tahrir? And I said, no, of course not. The difference is, Hizb ut-Tahrir, they called to the establishment of a homeland in England, a Muslim homeland in England. No, bro. Muslims need to establish a homeland in their own land. Okay, in their own land. And the nationalists will support you on that, because in fact, they'll even give you, what's that thing? Economic aid, you know, financial aid to foreign countries. They'll also give you support by paying for your plane ticket, etc., to leave. Why wouldn't you want that? Why are Muslims arguing to be accepted in a kuffar country? Why? Is your goal to remain here and have your kids grow up here and lose their religion? There should be a home for a temporary basis. Unless the country says, yeah, you're welcome to be here as an equal citizen with us. Practice your religion as you like. If that's the case, then there's no harm in staying. But as long as they're constantly discriminating and mistreating you as a Muslim, why would you want to force your way to remain here? Especially if you've got your own Muslim country, go there. Change your own Muslim country, make that a better place. Their success is rooted in organized crime, says Bad Times. I'm not sure who you're referring to, by the way. Maybe because I'm a bit behind. Joe says, we flew all the Saudi royals out. Yes, we did. I'm way behind now. Sheikh One, jump on F, says right, so that said. Religious, sorry, I'm breathing heavily because I'm sort of speed walking right now. Enjoying the weather. Who else we got? Sheikh One says he's got work in the morning, so he can't jump on now. Ismail Fletcher says, she says she's coming back, brother, and we actually invite her here. You talking about Jada? Okay. Yeah, listen to the last question I asked her. That was it. That's when it really got interesting. Okay. Prior to that, it was all, you know, friendly, and, you know, she could throw her jabs in about Muslims, they want to take over the world. But that last question, when I started going in about the money lenders, whoa, that's when it got hot. But there was too many people on the panel. I didn't want to sort of override and dominate the conversation. Okay. That time says, tell that to Rubeshkin, Mr. Islam. Okay. She made Ali Dawah famous, and Ali Dawah made her famous. Yes, that's right. When he wouldn't shake her hand, and she was standing there with a cross in her hand. Interestingly, somebody in the chat um, from Holland was claiming that her name is a Jewish Dutch name. Right? Her name is known in Holland as being belonging to Jewish Dutch families, not Dutch Christians, but Dutch Jewish people. That would be interesting, because the Tommy movement was supported by the Israel IDF and all that, the Jewish Defense League. That's why they called themselves the EDL in comparison to the JDL, which existed in America, the Jewish Defense League. Now you have the English Defense League. And at any Tommy march, you always see the Israeli flag flying high. So that's Lesser says, Hizb ut-Tahrir is mostly agents working for British. Anyone associated with them or used to be is most likely a paid agent. It's a full-on honeypot agency. Yeah. Didn't what's that radio presenter's name from LBC? I've forgotten his name. Not Anjum. What's the other one? Anyhow, he used to be a part of them, I'm told. Ibrahim 783 says Saudi Arabia is the most Sharia country in the world. Yeah, okay. Sharia for who, Ibrahim 783? For you and me? For Muslims? Or just for citizens of that country? Please, make your point clear. It's not. Who cares if it's a Sharia compliant country? It's only for their people. If you're not one of them, how does it benefit you? Good for them, isn't it? Who else we got? Florida says, back home government is so messed up. In fact, all governments are messed up in culprits, in corruption. Oh yeah, the name of that guy is Majid Nawaz. Bad Time says the EDL is kosher and tribal approved. Says, tell that to Jada Pinkett. Oh, is Pinkett a Jewish name? Think about Will Smith's wife, yeah? Wow. They're both Jada. Okay, Sheikh One says, Ibrahim 786, MBS 2030 vision, Saudi will have nude beaches, casinos, Las Vegas in the land of Tawheed. Yeah. Oh, perhaps. Oh, some nice birds over here in the water. What else we got? Sheikh General says, see how they all spit about liberalism, but they sure do love that liberal money. Ibrahim says, do you not agree Saudi Arabia government having Sharia law in Saudi Arabia? Who said that? We don't agree with that, Ibrahim. Of course we agree. But how does that benefit you or me or anybody else? Doesn't. It benefits them. That's it. It's just for them. It's an introvert, exclusive society that's just for them. Why do you care about it? They don't care about you. Who cares about them? I dare you to go and do Hijra there, right? Say that and when you arrive at the airport, say, I've come for Hijra. They ask you for your visa. They'll ask you for your work permit. You're going to say, well, I've come to do Hijra. See how far their Sharia is going to get you. Florida Khan says, Nick Griffin's interview, he did say that the bank controls these far right, just so that the public don't go after the mess the banks are doing to the economic waves. Yep, that's right. But interestingly, Jada swerved from that topic. She didn't want to talk about it. Right? She really didn't want to go near that topic. Okay, thank you, Akira. Actually, see on Instagram, a lot of Arabs from the Gulf are praising Israel, says Mr. Islam. Well, I'm going to ask you a question. So what? Like, There was a war between Israel and these Arab nations many years ago. Do you want this war to never end? Should there never be a state of peace? They can have a treaty, a peace treaty. They should, but right now the state of affairs is untenable. The Muslim Palestinians, not just the Muslims, but the Christian, the Palestinian people, are in a state of subjugation and servitude and humility. How can we accept that and allow that? We should, on the swiftest basis, help them escape from the situation they're in, instead of watching them get bombed every 2 years and have their houses knocked down. Subhanallah. Sad situation. May Allah give success to the Ummah. Rectify the affairs of the Muslims. And give them safety wherever they are in the world. Mr. Islam, I've seen on Instagram. Okay, I've seen that. Asif said, do you know Uncle Omar real name? Okay, sorry, you shouldn't be doxing people, Asif. So I'll put you on time out for that. Like, what benefit is it? Why are you coming to share people's real names? If he wanted to tell us his real name, he could do so. Well, it's not right for you to do that. Ibrahim, Sheikh One says, you being a Kurd, you will be a third-class citizen in Saudi. Yeah. Okay, who else we got here? Is that ducks, says Farida Khan. Yes, I bet duck, quick. Yes, ducks. I'm just walking through a park right now. Rasul Asad says, oh, hold on. Sheikh One says, Ibrahim 783. Go live there. Try marry a Saudi woman. It's illegal for Saudis to marry non-Saudis. Okay. Yeah, because they see non-Saudis as non-Muslim pretty much. It's the same. It's regarded the same amongst the population. Oh, how dare you? It's a very tribal society. One tribe will not allow their women to marry another tribe. And they sort of got a class system amongst the tribes. So some tribes will be looked at as beneath others. And a higher tribe will not allow their children to marry the lower tribe. A form of caste system, yeah, sad. In Saudi Arabia, they call it voltage, electrical voltage. So one tribe will be considered a 240 voltage, and the lower tribe will be considered a 110, 110 volts. So only 240 volts can marry 240 volts. Reactionary, a theory of mine, not fact, that Islam in the hearts of Muslims will decrease further in Arab countries, and Islam in the hearts of Muslims will increase in Europe in years to come. Any thoughts? Well, that's all it is. It's an idea, really. Yeah. I mean, in the past 50 years, I would say 50, maybe 70, I don't know. All right, let's just go back 20 years, right? Have you seen the number of European Muslims grow significantly? I mean, we're told, we read articles in the papers about the large, Islam is the fastest growing religion. We have and there was an article in the Daily Mail once, or the Times, one of those, maybe the Sunday Times. Why are British women converting to Islam? Because there was such a high number of them apparently converted to Islam. The question is, if you go to the mosque, do you see many new converts in the mosque? Where are these so many new English Muslims that we're told about? I mean, we see a couple on YouTube or at Speaker's Corner, but in the mosque, you don't see many. So I'm not sure, but it's a possibility. So what you're trying to say is that instead of Islam reestablishing itself in the Muslim world, what you're going to see is Europe adopting Islam and then bringing Islam back to the Muslim world. That's a possibility. I mean, who knows? Who knows what Allah's will is? All we can do is adopt and practice Islam in our own lives and our families, our neighbors, our colleagues, and see if it grows that way. And if it grows, it grows. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Just do your best. Nikki Travis, wa alaikum salam. Further Khan says, brother reactionary, you're in the park. I'm in a park. Yes, I'm not going to say which park. There were people turning up. Ibrahim 783 says, shake one. Yeah. You are like always. Ibrahim says he's Kurd and he's been in Saudi Arabia. Mukit Khan, there's someone behind you, duck. Haha. Mukit Khan with your poor jokes. If you come with another poor joke, I'm going to have to mute you and time you out like you like to do to me. I'll claim that you're trolling. Yeah. These dogs do bark. I'm walking past some dogs. There we go. Nice, cute little dog. All right. What are your thoughts on the House of Saud, says Dean M. What are your thoughts, Dean M? Who cares? Why are you asking us? You know, you can recognize these sorts of agents that prevent people who monitor people online. They'll always come online and ask you questions because they want to know your opinion. Why do you want to know my opinion? Come and give your opinion. Jump on. What are your thoughts on the House of Saud? And if you say something negative, then, oh, he sounds like he's a Ikhwan Muslimin. Yeah, we better monitor this guy. Yeah, Dean M. Oh, look, he's got M at the end of his name as well. I noticed that. M. How many people got the M at the end of their name? Who else do we have? Bad times. I don't know what you wrote there. Mr. Islam says, I don't take converts seriously since they end up being liberals. You thank EF Tower, says Mr. Islam. Oh my gosh. I can't comment on that, Mr. Islam. I cannot comment. Cannot comment. So yeah, Dean M is smiling. So he's been outed as a spy. Okay. Watch out for Dean M, everybody. M standing for what? MI5. Oh dear. Okay, we've got the. Look, we've got how many M's? There's a Dean M, a Jordan M, a Mukit Khan. Yeah, the M at the beginning of Mukit. So there's another M. Yeah. Al Ghuraba Live says, good stream last time. Yeah, thanks. I thought it was an interesting conversation. Had quite a few people jump on. Today we've got more viewers, but nobody's jumping on. So don't complain that I don't give the link out, please. Because I did. Dean M says, I'm in the Jordan M gang. Yeah, we know you are. From your name, isn't it? Obviously. Florida Khan says, LOL. Reactionary M says Jordan M. Yeah. Hey, big up Jordan M. How are you, brother? Hope all is well. Florida Khan says, the M gangs, LOL. Yeah. We just need another M gang, and it'll be the M&Ms. Like a sort of musical group from back in the days. I can't remember the names of these musical groups. Florida Khan says reactionary M. Who else? Claire Core says, I can jump on now if you want to give the link. Okay. Of course, you're welcome, Claire. Paste. There's the link. Joe Baz says, what are your thoughts on the Daniel Morgan case? Can somebody tell me about the Daniel Morgan case? I have no idea who that is. But Daniel Morgan's name begins with M, Daniel M. So maybe one of the M crew can tell us. Sorry, the M. Jen Wallace says, hello, Claire. Claire Khor. Mr. Islam, if Sheikh Uthaymeen was alive today, he would never recommend channels like EF Dawah. Prove me wrong. Oh, gosh. I think he would welcome them, bro, because they're doing a job. that's needed in giving dawah to Muslims in foreign lands. I mean, when I say foreign lands, in non-Muslim, in countries where Muslims are minorities, that's a needed service. And we should support organizations that are doing that. Can't criticize a group for doing that. Okay. So somebody just joined the stream. Is that Claire?
Hello.
Hey, Claire. How's it?
Hello.
How goes it?
Fine. I listened to a bit of the of Ralph and Jada and Zubaida. So yeah, it. I didn't know Jada was Jewish. I suppose I should have known. I thought she'd converted to Catholicism or something.
What?
She wears a big cross on her bosom.
You said you didn't know she's Jewish. What makes you think she's Jewish?
Oh, I thought I read in the chat that somebody said she was Jewish, but I think it was a joke, wasn't it?
Actually, somebody in the chat wrote, and they were from Holland, that her name Franson is a Dutch Jewish family. Yeah, so maybe she is Jewish, or she has Jewish roots. She does, and what we saw in the UK over the past 10 years is that certain Jewish organizations have been supporting or taking over the far right movements. So if you look at the Tommy movement, first of all, it was called the EDL, right? Who else is called something DL, right? You had the JDL.
The JDL.
Yeah, that was in the United States in the 80s. And now you have in the UK, the EDL. And every time there's an EDL march, you always see somebody waving the Israeli flag really high. So,
yes. I mean, I suppose it could be, Jews infiltrating the movement, or it could just be because nationalists can't decide whom they hate more, Jews or Muslims. And there seems to be a kind of north-south divide at the moment, with Mark Collett up north, saying it's the Jews, and the ones down south saying let's get rid of the Muslims. Do you see that pattern or not?
Well, I'm not sure. All I can tell you is what I've heard spoken about by Nick Griffin, because from what I remember of Nick Griffin, he used to run the BNP.
Yes.
And then after his appearance on the BBC, he basically became sort of outcast from the political sphere. And he gave a speech or a presentation one day with PowerPoint slides and everything, how he was approached by certain funders who said, we will support your rise to power if you adopt these 3 points. And he listed these 3 bullet points. The first was, go against Islam. That's your number 1 target. Attack Islam and Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, do not talk about the banks. Yeah, leave the financial industry alone.
Mm-hmm.
And number 3, do not talk about Israel. Right? Now, he claims to have refused this proposal. And following that, his organization just fell apart. And that's when we saw Tommy Robinson appear. And he got the funding that was proposed to Nick Griffin. And there's photograph footage of Tommy Robinson in Israel, staying, like on holiday in a settlement. And he's on an Israeli tank, wearing an IDF, Israeli Defense Forces t-shirt.
Mm-hmm.
So he seems to have some allegiance and connection to Israel.
Well, I suppose... I don't know. I think the Jews are pretty divided too, and they don't seem to know whether they're coming or going, since they've had 4 elections in 2 years and might have a few more before the 4-year term is out. So I don't think they speak with one mind anyway.
That's
because
true.
they're the secular Jews and they're the religious Jews, and I listen to the ultra orthodox and they're not happy. So I guess I don't know, but I think really if Jews were being properly following their religion, they would They would see.
They would be Muslim. If they were properly following the religion, they'd be Muslim. And the same with Christians.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, in that they wouldn't find living under Sharia so terrible, because Sharia would be a walk in the park for them, because they're already used to so many restrictions. So for an ultra orthodox Jew living in Iran would not be a problem at all. And apparently, quite a few of them live there happily.
Yeah,
the ultra
in a city called
orthodox.
Isfahan, I think. And also, you have Iranian Jews in the Israeli government too. I think your foreign minister, well, this is not yours. I mean, the Israeli foreign minister for a period of time was an Iranian migrant. Yeah.
Yeah. So really, it's all about. I mean, the tension seems to be, social conservatives and liberals, and certainly amongst Gentiles, and there's also this division in Israel with the religious Jews against the secular Jews, and it's quite hard because it's 50-50 in kind of the same way that we're 50-50 about Brexit, and America was 50-50 about Trump until the election was stolen, in my view.
Yeah, so it's interesting. You're talking about the different views of Jews within Israel. How about within the UK? Jews in the UK, are any of them against Israel in any way? I think you probably find 90+% are pro-Israel when it comes to Arabs and Muslims.
Well, yes, I think instinctively they would support their own homeland. I mean, or the right of Israel to exist.
It's not about wanting Israel to exist. It's about allowing the Palestinians to exist.
Well, they do exist.
Denying that they even exist is something that I've had conversations with a couple of Jews on here as well. They pretty much deny that Palestinians even exist as a people. Right? They say there's no such thing as Palestine. Never has been.
Yeah, I guess I'm not really that informed about the territorial dispute. I try to stay out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really for I mean, I think it has to be a one-state solution, because I think that is the thing. Unless they can get it together to live happily under a one-state solution, that there'll still be trouble. And I think that the problem with Israel is that really its Arab neighbors are saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and we want you to live under Sharia. Israel should be a theocracy. Of all the places in the world, Israel should be a theocracy, not a liberal democracy.
Well, yeah, so if it is a one-state solution, what happens to Palestinians?
Well, they would all be incorporated and live happily under this one-state solution.
Okay,
and wouldn't want to kill Jews anymore.
This would not work for the following reason. If they're treated as equal Israeli citizens, what you'll find is that Arabs, or Muslims in particular, will breed at higher numbers. And when it comes to a free democracy, they will vote for their own, and they'll eventually make it a Muslim nation. So the idea of a Jewish homeland will disappear naturally in that sense, which means a democratic nation is not a solution unless they do one of two things. The first, establish an apartheid state, which means, Arabs and Palestinians can remain in Israel, but they're not allowed to have an equal vote the way that Jewish people do. And perhaps even in other levels of society, they won't be able to participate as equal citizens, right? Mm-hmm. That's the second option. The third possibility is do what's called ethnic cleansing. And that can be done in a couple of ways. It can be done through sort of incentivization to leave, taking their property, not granting permits, and restricting their freedoms. And the other possibility of doing that is to forcefully evict them and kill them, or do what's called genocide. Mm-hmm. So those are the only possible outcomes with regards to Israel surviving as a nation. Mm-hmm. If it does the latter two, it can never claim to be the only democracy in the Middle East. It has to resort to policies which are unacceptable under international law.
Well, isn't democracy increasingly becoming unpopular in the West?
Yes, I agree, it is. And what does that mean?
Well, if the form of government in the West is going to change, then Israel can say, well, it's not working for us. Democracy is not working for us, and we're going to have a different kind of government. Thank you very much. But I think part of the American empire is forcing all these countries to practice liberal democracy, because but easier to control by the CIA. Because the CIA will change, unpopular leaders, start a color revolution or something, and they kind of have done in America. They did it to themselves, and I guess we're getting increasing censorship now because they know the enormity of what they did. They stole the election from Trump, and then more than half of the Americans don't like what they've done.
Yep.
So, and also recently I read an article in Foreign Policy magazine, which is the in-house neocon magazine, and it basically said maybe we should think of ending the special relationship between America and Israel. It's getting a bit too expensive now for America.
Okay.
And if that is the case, then Israel will have to get along better with its Arab neighbors and be more Muslim, and
Yeah, the thing is, it's getting on fine with its Arab neighbors in terms of their leadership. Okay, they fully support Israel. They're fully behind them. The problem is the Muslim nation, or the populace of these countries. They're not happy, and when they see what's happening to their Muslim brothers in Palestine, they're going to come out and protest, and if nothing changes, then they're going to get rid of their own leaders. So it's putting a lot of internal pressure on these Muslim governments, and that's the only thing that's sort of given concern to the Foreign Office, etc. What they're going to do if the people revolt.
Yeah, I mean, I think
put the whole population in prison. You can't do that.
No. So you're saying that the ordinary Arabs are not happy with their own leadership
correct.
In the Gulf.
Yeah, if you see especially since a lot of the people working in these Arab countries are Jordanians anyway, or Palestinians from their heritage. So they're not going to be happy, and they're in those countries. They can cause some problems through their disgruntlement. Let me just post the link because people are
because the workers, and they can withdraw their labor, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and they can stoke upset amongst the rest of the population too. Right? It's not a small number of Palestinians living in the Gulf countries. There's a large number. In fact, Jordan has the majority of Jordan is Palestinian, not ethnic Jordanian. They're ethnically Palestinian.
Mm-hmm.
So if that country is destabilized, there's a big problem, a very big problem, because Jordan is also a neighbor of Israel, isn't it?
Yes. And I think it's due to governance and people not happy with their government, but chiefly I think Israel itself, it's not meant to be a liberal democracy, and even with an ethnically Jewish state, they still can't get on with liberal democracy, because the tension is also between social conservatives and liberals.
Well, you could also argue that the idea of a Jewish theocracy, a state run by Jewish theocracy, that's an experiment. It's not something that's ever existed in the past.
Yeah, they haven't lived their own theocracy for 2,000 years. I mean, they have nothing to, no advice to give, and the only theocracies in the world, apart from the Vatican, are Sharia theocracies.
Yeah. So this idea of a Jewish theocracy is an invention, and trying to establish a democratic system in that country has some, of course, there's a history of that in the world. So they're going to be at loggerheads.
Well, that's the thing. You know, I'm promoting the secular Quranism thing, and I was thinking actually the secular Jews of Israel would be quite useful in that, you know, if you kind of said, look, you have to be a theocracy. You know, do you want a Torah theocracy or do you want secular Quranism? And I think the secular Jews would say, you know, we'll have the one without the 36 capital offenses, please. Thank you very much if you're going to make us choose like that. So, and then you know, maybe they'll be right with the world and perhaps God.
Something that I didn't really consider show in the morning, but it came across my mind, and the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Is that when people are complaining about Christian values being eroded from our society, or traditional Christian values, well, I thought about it. Is there such a thing as traditional Christian values? And are these actually from Christianity? Because if you look at the traditional Christian values we see in the United Kingdom, or have seen, women dressed modestly, even wearing a hijab to that extent. Even you see women in Europe wearing a niqab, not just the hijab. And these are Christian societies. Now, looking after the family, etc. These are traditional Islamic values.
I think it's just marriage and family values, isn't it? That's all it means. You know.
Yeah, but what I think has happened is that these were adopted because the superpower of the time practiced that. Okay, the superpower for the past however many centuries has always been the Muslim empire. That was the superpower for, I don't know, 10 centuries, right? That was the world's empire. After the Romans and Persians fell, we had the Islamic empire. And since Islam was the superpower, the UK and everybody else is going to think, okay, we need to, since they're the superpower of the world, we need to adopt some of their values. And that's what we have today. I mean, since the fall of the Ottomans, there is no superpower of the world promoting these sorts of values. Instead, we have the United States promoting certain values through Hollywood. And these values are becoming more and more liberal over the years. And anything the United States promotes and preaches through the movie industry and through soft power, the UK has to follow. We don't have a choice.
I mean, we are a US vassal state.
Yeah. So when you look at, and we talked about the suffragettes, right? Whenever we're taught about the suffragettes in the UK, we're given the impression that, you know, this was the epicenter of change in the world. You know, like, no, this movement began in the United States. The UK just followed. That's really what happened. And so, yeah, that's what I was trying to say. So the UK, so the US being the superpower of the world, is able to influence and send its culture elsewhere.
Well, people unconsciously ape what they think is the most successful and powerful nation anyway, thinking if we follow it, we'll become like them too.
And this is what you see in Muslim countries, right? A lot of the people who are born and raised in Muslim countries, they look at the West and want to mimic them. So they see somebody dressed in a suit and tie, clean shaven, and they can say, yeah, I want to be like that because that indicates success. Yeah. If they weren't successful, they wouldn't be dressed like that. So they abandon their Islamic heritage and pursue being like, and we have a hadith where the Prophet ﷺ said that you will follow the people, the Jews and the Christians, step by step, to the point that if one of them was to jump into a lizard's hole, you will follow them. So this was prophesied to us. But it's, every nation.
Herd instinct.
Yeah, that's right.
But now I think people are thinking again because they sense that, you know, all is not well with America, and certainly its allies.
Yeah. I mean, the United States is a very divided country between religious people and non-religious people.
Yeah, the most surprising thing is Israel being so divided because, I know a lot of nationalists envy and hate Israel because they've got their ethno state, right? It's like they always go on about the Jews having their ethno state and then they're being forced to put up with mass immigration. But actually, you hear people like Alan Dershowitz saying, you know, Israel would sooner have a civil war than be more socially conservative or even have a theocracy. And obviously it's very dangerous when it's 50-50.
Yeah, that's right. So Alan Dershowitz. Gosh, is he
Yeah, I
still
mean, he
alive right
actually
now?
said, they really hate each other. It's not so much, we have nothing to fear from the Palestinians, but the enemy is within. And he did actually say civil war.
Yeah,
But then the Americans talk about civil war with each other too.
yeah, and let's not forget that Israel is I won't say, I don't know about the majority of its citizens, but a large amount of the population has dual citizenship. So they may have a home in Israel in some sort of settler community, or even in Tel Aviv, downtown or whatever, but they will have a home elsewhere, like in the UK or in the US or France.
Mhm.
And they'll spend most of their time in the year in Europe or the United States, wherever is their other home. And they can't take a lot of the conflicts that they have politically in their own in Israel. So if things were to go more either in the theocracy direction or in the other direction, a more liberal direction, you're going to see more disgruntlement and more people not staying in Israel, and therefore it won't be a viable state anymore. It'll be more of a problem. They're going to rely more on foreigners, or what they call Palestinians, to come and do the work.
Well, they're trying to get basically Gentiles to come in Israel to work, and because the government is secular, it's saying we're just going to let them convert to Reform Judaism, because that's the only way to give us fresh blood, but not of the Orthodox variety, because who the hell wants to live as an Orthodox Jew? We don't,
Yeah.
So
It seems like a no-win situation, to be honest. I can't see any position that Israel can take and it will win. It just
well, I mean,
can't.
that's the most interesting thing. I mean, nationalists, over focus on race, I think, because they think visually it's a great thing, but I mean Israel, it's like, well, I think 20% is Arab or something. So, but anyway, their political divisions, make it dangerous for themselves, but they can't resolve their political divisions. Or perhaps they just, maybe there will always be this division of half people believing in God and half people not believing in God, or maybe. But I think it's more practice, the practice of marriage and family values, because what happened was, the secular Jews were 50-50, and then the religious Jews, of course, outbred the secular Jews, which makes the secular Jews saying we have to find, people to come and live in Israel and to vote as Israelis, but as secular Israelis to deal with these, horrible religious Jews. So they're already changing the racial composition of their own country, but they don't care.
Yeah.
We're just short-termists.
Yeah, maybe there. And there's also a hope that the end of times comes by the time things really.
You ask them, I do, ask them difficult questions, and they say, well, when the Messiah comes, he'll sort that out, and we don't have to answer these difficult questions. But what if he doesn't come, and you're just sort of left with a mess that you still have to clear up? And I think fundamentally the problem is people who want to practice marriage and family values, and people who just want to be gay and transgender and screw around. And obviously, the latter are people who are, not doing their bit. and the ones causing instability.
Yeah. So
Because
who just joined?
It's me. I just wanted to say Claire's feigning an ignorance when she says she doesn't know about the, Israeli-Palestine conflict. Claire could care less about Palestinians. But as far as voting goes in Israel, there are Jews on the right now in Israel that are open. They speak about this openly in the street during interviews with media. They don't want the Arabs to have the vote, and eventually, if it doesn't happen, simply because Israel has to save face with their false democracy LARP that they're doing, what they'll end up doing is simply not count Arab votes. But any which way you look at it, Arabs will never run that country. It doesn't matter how many babies they have, the Jews will not allow it, period. But the way I see things going, I can see them probably finding
So
a
it's apartheid.
finding a justification for nullifying their vote, pushing them all into the Negev, into some giant kosher Auschwitz, and letting them have their pretend votes within their open air prison. And as far as Jordan goes, Jordan is, yeah, there are a lot of Palestinians in Jordan. Palestinians are resented by a lot of these neighboring Arab countries. Palestinians were put in camps in these neighboring countries, and a lot of these Palestinians were acted up and they were angry, and as such, they're treated like the N-words, of the Arab world. Okay, to sort of not mince words here, but Jordan cannot be trusted. Jordan has done secret deals with Israel since the beginning. The left-to-right conflict is only real amongst Jews. It is not. The left-to-right conflict is a moot point amongst the Gentiles in the West, because in American Congress, whether you are of the left or the right, you must pledge your loyalty to the Jewish state. And that is the bottom line. And that is why this EDL, all these like bullshit little right-wing activist groups, they don't get any traction or press unless they are tribally approved. And Jada is as Christian as Milo is. It's all bullshit.
Yep. So did you hear the show with Jada?
No, but I heard you mention that you sort of got into it with her and mentioned money changers.
Yeah.
So what was her reaction to that?
They're
all Zionists. Ralph's a Zionist. They're all one state solution, one Jewish state solution. They're all Zionists.
Okay. I'm not sure Ralph is. I think.
Oh, he is. He's on video saying it. He's.
I was there when you had that conversation with him. What he's what's the word? Aware, cognizant. Should we say?
These people will never address Jewish power.
Yeah, he's cognizant of the fact that if you talk about Israel in any negative way, your path to power will never be achieved. So be smart. Avoid talking about Israel. Don't take them as an enemy. Okay? Because what you need to do is come to power, and then you can assert your views.
Good luck. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and the Jews are going to let him come to power, right? Knowing that he's saying this. It's a joke. The whole thing is a farce. It's a sham. That whole right wing, quote unquote alt right. It's all controlled opposition. The left or right dispute, it is genuine amongst Jews. The Chabad and Trump, they're tied at the hip.
Yeah.
Trump comes from Jewish mobsters that are not interested in the globo homo. They like things the way things were, and they don't want. They have an interest in keeping sovereign nations, and they have an interest in their rackets and in their current schemes. They don't like the globo homo globalist internationalist move. They're not a part of it, and that's why the CIA, basically all of the agencies, the entire leftist media all turned on Trump. And again, just because you can vote, it doesn't mean your vote will be counted. And that is what happened with the last election. They simply just did not count the votes, and they also just cheated with a bunch of, just void, invalid ballots and, fake names and illegal immigrants, and the whole thing is a joke. It's a sham.
Yeah, I mean, is there any way to have a democratic voting system that ensures integrity?
It
Is there
has
an
to be.
unhackable or uncorruptible?
Personally,
democratic?
I think the whole thing has to be completely transparent, and people have to reveal their vote. I mean, and people will say, because I've thought about this. I thought, well, even if everyone reveals their vote, and you have a system, some kind of blockchain that really registers everyone's vote, there will still be people that will sell themselves to special interest groups. They'll sell their vote. And you won't be able to stop that. You won't be able to stop someone accepting money in a backroom deal for their vote. And that is a reality that is just, it's a sad reality of democracy.
Yeah.
People can be bought, and their votes can be bought. And, what do you do about that? Well, if you look at history, you know what happens when there are irreconcilable conflicts of interest that exist.
Mm-hmm.
When a country is so split, guess what? That country tends to turn into two separate countries. Or either that, or it's Plan D and the ethnic cleansing, like you mentioned, what Ben Gurion did to the Palestinians. You just push them out.
So, I don't know. What do you think is the way forward then? Just allow these powers to end up just
I think we need
falling
more,
apart by themselves, or
I think we need more men like General Laward but we need American generals. We need generals in the West, not just retired generals, but we need generals and admirals, people in the military, fulfilling their oath to defend their nation from all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Yeah.
And there are criminal elements and clear and present dangers that need to be seized, detained, arrested, have their assets seized, and go from there. But again, the military has to. There are people in power that are entrusted with these responsibilities, and it's up to them to really just do it.
And they're not going to, because they are part of the problem. So
well,
the only
yeah,
option is a
the
revolution, is what you're really telling me. A revolution.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. You can call it whatever you'd like, but what it is really just good people doing what needs to be done.
Yeah. I guess that march on Washington was supposed to be representative of something like that, right?
But instead it got misrepresented by the media, and meanwhile, while the left burns down entire cities, they're called fiery but peaceful protests.
Yeah. Wait, so are you in the United States? Is that where you're from?
No, I'm in the Greater Commonwealth.
Canada, yeah.
Cool. What happened with you and Jada? You mentioned you didn't say what happened. You mentioned money changers and you got kicked from the panel?
No, I was about to jump off, but somebody in the chat asked to why somebody asked Jada about Israel. So I thought, okay, let me ask the question. But because Jord, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Jord. He's a guy from Ralph's panel. He was asking about something to do with the economy. All right, the economy. He didn't ask about Israel or Jews. He asked about the economy. So I thought, okay, if you're going to talk about the economy, that means he's going to have to, because Jada was talking about Christian values and the Bible all the way through that show. So I thought maybe he's going to ask about what the Bible says about the economy, and he didn't. So I said, let me ask. I said to Jada, seeing that you're a strong proponent of your Christian values and the Bible, etc., what do you propose to do about the capitalistic, usury-based system that is currently running the world? How do you plan to deal with that? Okay. And then Ralph immediately jumped in and sort of tried to.
No, of course he
dispel.
did. Of course he
said,
did.
He said there's nothing wrong with interest. Nothing wrong with interest. Interest is fine. I've worked in banking. Right?
Yeah. His friends.
He's not the only one that's worked in banking.
He's got Jewish friends that are working Goldman Sachs, and everything is fine. And the 2008 meltdown, there are no conspiracies there. Everything is fine. Look away. Quantitative easing is perfectly normal. The devaluation of your currency is perfectly normal. Banking is all just roses.
Yes. Yeah, I built quantitative algorithms to do things for the banks. Is what he's going to say. So, and then Jada felt, oh, that's a bit of support for me. So she doubled down on that position as well. There's nothing wrong with credit and all that stuff. So I said, okay, but your Bible, doesn't it? And then she said, there's nothing in the Bible that says we can't do that either. I said, but your Bible says, throw the money lenders out of the temple. Okay. But that's when I had to leave. I had to leave, so I said goodbye. But they couldn't deal with that. They just defended the position that usury is fine, and they're not required to go against it in the Bible.
Ralph, look, in my opinion, Ralph is a plant. Ralph is probably someone who's compromised, and my guess is he's fully invested in whatever it is that he's doing. But it's clear that, personally, I don't think he should be trusted one bit.
Why do you think he invited me on?
Well, didn't he also invite Zubaydah on?
Yeah. So we're both representing a Muslim position, right?
Right. I think in his mind, he needs counterpoints, I guess, or he needs some kind of opposition to sort of show that he's platforming everybody. But it's odd that him and Zubaydah are so are they chummy? Are they really friendly?
I guess so. I mean, from what's apparent. Yeah.
I don't understand how people don't see right through him. I mean, when I first met him, I didn't realize he had any ties or links to the EDL. I mean, the moment I realized he was EDL, that's a wrap. Like there's no more questions to be asked. The EDL is a total Zionist operation. Watch the Al Jazeera documentary. You'll see how the Israeli embassy was caught interfering in local politics, and they go to the universities, they go to the campuses, they get inside these student groups, they do what they call astroturfing. They create an artificial grassroots movement that isn't really grassroots. The whole thing is bought and paid for and sponsored, and it was exposed in both the UK documentary and the American documentary. And Al Jazeera. I'm
not sure you really understand what Ralph's about. Do you know what he does? Do you know what his occupation is?
What his current occupation is?
Oh yeah, what's he doing online with his Right Reaction? Do you know what that's all about?
Well, I don't know if his character is his occupation, but my understanding is that he's creating a digital platform for the to sort of platform the right, and he's got a business. I don't know if he's co-owner or how much he owns of it, but my guess is he's looking to make bank off of that project that he's working on.
Yeah, from what I
It has a
understood,
name, I just don't remember it.
yeah. So from what I understood of Ralph is that he's also, think of Steve Bannon, right? These people, not Steve Bannon. There was one company that used to get data from Facebook and sell it to politicians.
Cambridge Analytica. You
Yes.
mean Cambridge Analytica?
Yeah. I think what he's trying to do is be a sort of Cambridge Analytica, or a sort of combination of Cambridge Analytica and Steve Bannon, to help far-right parties, because that's his specialism, to help far-right political parties come to power. Now, any political party is going to spend a lot of money, especially to win votes or to win seats, etc. And in order to deploy their resources and their money, they need to rely on data. What they don't have is any data. And anybody that works in software is usually some liberal, diversity, inclusion, equality type person. So what he's
big tech is of the left.
Yeah. So what he's doing is giving or gathering data using his data expertise, and he's able to sell it and direct these parties in a way that they can use that data and hopefully for their from their perspective be successful. I think Ralph himself is ambivalent as to whether they win or not. But what he's positioned himself as an expert in data and in computers and how these people should, and that's why you see these graphs that he always presents on his screen.
He's Hasbara. As far as I'm concerned,
yeah.
He's Hasbara. He's Cyaneem, Hasbara. He's a shill. He's a plant. He's controlled opposition. That I wouldn't trust him as far as I can throw him. And there's a lot of people that feel that way. And there's a lot of people that have made videos on him. And he'll be at Speaker's Corner and, saying that he wants to waterboard some random Muslim that he's arguing with. And then in other videos, he's calling the police on other Muslims. He's shouting, calling to the police. And in other videos, he's trembling like a leaf. I mean, the guy, just look at him. He's a joke.
Mm-hmm.
He's not genuine.
Okay, so do you feel threatened by him in some way? What's the problem with him being the character that he's playing then?
I don't feel threatened by him at all. I mean, the guy, look, the last time I was on his show, and he never let me back on, but the last time I was there, he was mischaracterizing me and misrepresenting me completely. He was attributing words to me that I never said, and it got so bad that one of his own right-hand men, Elron, had to step in and say what he was doing was wrong.
Oh yeah, I saw that show.
He's completely disingenuous and dishonest. He's a very bad actor.
But what I saw from that is that you were taking the conversation and making it about Jews, right? Which it causes a problem for what he's trying to do. The moment you start making him to be anti-Semitic, his whole party or anyone that he supports, like in Germany, the AfD or whatever the party's name is, once a group is labeled as some or tarnished with the anti-Semitic label, that's it, their career is finished. So that explains why he's going to not be tolerant of you pushing that so hard.
No, but that's what he's doing to me. He's labeling me the anti-Semite. He's labeling me the Holocaust denier. He's labeling me the guy that wants to gas all the Jews. This is what he's doing.
He's showing, he's demonstrating to whoever's watching that, he's not going to tolerate somebody.
He's on video stating at Speaker's Corner that he believes in self-determination for Israel only. He doesn't believe in self-determination for the Palestinians. Remember, and I typed this in the chat in the back there. I said one of the propaganda lines that they use all the time is a land without a people for a people without a land, right? You were talking about how they don't even acknowledge the Palestinians as being actual people.
Yeah.
He's part of that group. He's all part of that ideology.
Hmm.
So is
Okay.
Claire, by the way.
Is it? Where's Claire? She's gone silent since you've.
Yeah, I muted myself.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't even listening. What was a joke about me?
Well, Claire, are you? Do you consider Palestinians to be people?
Of course I do.
Yeah,
I mean,
people,
why
people
wouldn't
that would
I?
people that would
You know,
live happily.
I just don't hate Jews enough to throw dead Palestinians.
People that would live happily, right, under a Jewish state. That's how Claire put it.
Okay.
Live happily.
Well, Claire already said tonight that she supports a one-state solution. She sees that as the only option. So, but I tried to explain that's not going to be realistic. It's not actually possible. It's going to end up either in apartheid or genocide, or ethnic cleansing.
Well, the ideal is the one-state solution, right? The ideal.
Why is that the ideal?
Ideally,
Why not a two-state solution?
Because, well, why would anyone want a two-state solution if a one-state solution were possible as an ideal? Because, you know, nobody wants to live in a two-state state, do they? It's
No, you have two states. No, you have two states, not two states.
Did you hear what she just said? A two-state state.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's what I meant. It's you know, it's a little joke, but chapter 17, verse 104 of the Quran is interesting too, about how Israel should be, how the Jews should be, and it said something about a commingled crowd living in Israel. So that sounds like a one-state solution, a civic nationalist solution.
Sorry, you're going to have to quote the verse now. You're going to have to read it.
Okay,
So,
I'll do that. Apparently, this is the verse that usually triggers a lot of Muslims because they don't like it.
Jews were already commingling over there before the Zionists arrived, by the way.
Yeah, why can't you have a one-state solution with Palestine as the state? Why does it have to be Israel?
Make Israel Palestine again.
Yeah, and you can give the Jews nationality and citizenship and make them equals.
Well, because originally it was Israel. Anyway, it says...
originally it was Palestine.
Well...
Yeah, but Claire believes that the Jews are the most ancient...
We're talking about the ancient kingdom of Israel.
Claire believes the Jews are the most ancient and the most powerful tribe in the history of the universe.
Yeah, to claim that it was originally Israel, you have to believe in the scripture, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously Jews derive their identity from their scripture, and that's how I go anyway.
Only Israel was founded by atheists.
Yeah, which is why it's not happy, because it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing according to God.
And the religious Jews didn't want to go there in the beginning because their Mashiach had not returned, so they're still supposed to be out in diaspora, and it took a lot of convincing and a lot of money to get them to get on board.
Do you know Ambrosina, Claire? I don't know.
No, I've never met her. Why?
Okay, she came on one of the panels once. She's a British Jew, and she was arguing how Palestine never existed, even though we showed her a photograph of a Palestinian coin and a Palestinian passport. But she mentioned the Balfour Declaration. So we read the Balfour Declaration, and the Balfour Declaration guaranteed a land for Jewish people in Palestine. That's what it says, in Palestine.
Well, it was called the Palestine Mandate, wasn't it?
No, it just says in Palestine. It doesn't say in the Palestine Mandate. It says in Palestine. So Palestine was a nation, right? It was a country.
I'm afraid I don't really know about that.
I don't know that it was a country, but it was a British occupied territory, and it was a territory belonging to the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, so prior to the British occupying it, it was Palestine. Now, any country, well, I won't say it was a country, because prior to the British, you had an empire. You had the Ottoman Empire, Right? You didn't have individual countries within the empire. You had peoples. Yeah,
It
I
was
think
a
that's really
region.
how it worked. Yeah, regions. Yeah, you had cities, I'm sure, and
Yeah,
Jerusalem.
because I mean, an empire necessarily and logically means different peoples in different
Hmm.
regions under the same
The
administration.
point is that there was a population there living there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just keep going on about it because you want to hate the Jews,
Oh, of
Domingo. I
course.
just think
Yeah, of
you
course.
don't like you hate Muslims. And
You hate
you know,
Christians.
yeah,
You hate the
I actually
Palestinians.
despise the absurdity and idolatry of Christianity, and you can't decide whether you're Christian or not. Are you
Yeah.
Christian today or what?
And
What do
you're
you
going to
have?
ban usury under secular Quranism, and somehow the Jews are going to get on board with your idea.
Well, a lot of Jews are in debt. You know, they're not all bankers, you know. Most Jews are not bankers. Most Jews are indebted like the rest of the Gentiles of the world. And
Well,
in
a lot
fact,
of them are
today,
fraudsters, too.
what?
I said a lot of them are fraudsters, too.
Yeah, they're criminals, and you'd like to do stuff to them. So, shall I read chapter 17, verse
I'd like to
104?
wag my finger at them, Claire.
Go ahead, Claire, please.
And it says, "And we said after Pharaoh to the children of Israel, dwell in the land, and when there comes a promise of the hereafter, we will bring you forth in one gathering." So that's the first translation. I have 7, and that's a Sahih International translation, and the Pictorial one says,
Yeah.
"And we said."
What's the next verse? Do you
Okay.
mind reading?
105 says, "And with the truth we have sent the Quran down, and with the truth it has descended, and we have not sent you, O Muhammad, except as a bringer of good tidings and a warner." It doesn't go on. But
Okay.
it does.
But there is another verse where Allah expelled the Jews, right?
Yeah,
Have you
but
seen that
that
verse?
was. I don't know which verse that is.
Hmm.
Well, I don't think anybody denies that it happened, that the Jews were kicked out of Israel by the Romans, right?
I don't know about the Romans, but
Well,
Allah
they've been
expelled the
kicked out
Jews
of
for their
many
sin.
places by many
Yeah.
people.
And Allah said that they would not be allowed. They will that the earth will be their dwelling place. They won't have a home. Is basically the point. And there are many Jews who argue this point too. Orthodox Jews. You'll see them in New York City demonstrating against Israel.
Neturai Carter.
There's a few different ones. I'm not sure the names.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not just an anti-Semitic position. It's Jews themselves who don't agree that they should have a homeland because God expelled them as a punishment. This is what
But there's also a lot of Neturei Karta living in Israel too. They're crazy.
Yeah.
They're just as crazy as the rest of them.
So,
People make a big deal because they sat down with Ahmadinejad, but honestly, it's like at the end of the day, it's like who gives a shit about what insane people think?
I'm not really into what's it called, generalizing the whole population as being crazy. There's a lot. Just because somebody's Jewish. Look at Norman Finkelstein. He's outspoken on these matters. He's Jewish.
And a closeted homosexual.
Okay, at least he's outspoken. When you say closeted homosexual, you have facts to support that?
No, it's speculation on my part.
Okay.
He just really sounds gay.
Yeah, I never thought about it until you mentioned it, but I'm starting to see it actually. May have a point. So,
When it boils down to it, if you ask Neturei Karta, when your Mashiach comes, or the Gentiles going to serve the Jews, they believe this. They believe they're chosen by God. They believe that they're superior to all the other humans.
What? I have a very good Jewish friend. He's got a very big YouTube channel. I need to arrange a time to get you both on at the same time. In fact, all 3 of us, all 4 of us. I mean, that would be fantastic. Yeah, I'll try and arrange.
Claire will get
You've got my email address, haven't you?
Claire will get
No.
to sell secular Quranism to another Jew. Delightful.
You do have a history, it seems.
That's my plan, because I'm saying under secular Quranism, they'll have fewer problems with their neighbours and the other Arabs.
Sorry, Claire, if you don't mind, you could send me your email address. I'm not sure what it is. You can post it maybe in the back chat.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
There we are. It's posted now.
Okay, cheers.
Jews betrayed the British. Jews
Oh,
betrayed
God.
Americans. Israel is a rogue terrorist state. It does not sign the non-proliferation agreements. Israel cannot be trusted, and as such, Jewish lobbies abroad and in the West cannot be trusted. Period.
Hey, Claire, what do you have to say?
Oh, I actually, it bores me. It's like, I have to kind of wait for the tirade to be over, and we can talk about normal things again. He is a bore, I'm afraid. Domingo is a bore.
They shot down a Libyan commercial airplane full of innocent people, Claire.
Oh, yeah. When did you begin to hate Jews, or have you always hated them?
She loves asking me this. She never
Well,
stops
you can
asking me
never
that.
answer the question because you don't know, because you've always hated them.
Do you hate Jews? Bad mind. Bad times, sorry.
Bad mind. I hate Jewish criminals.
Okay. Do you hate Christian criminals too?
I do.
Okay.
Christian traitors.
Why are you singling out Jewish criminals?
Christian traitors that conspire with Jewish criminals are the worst.
Yeah. Why do you single out Jewish criminals?
Because they're the most powerful, and they're the ones that are most protected from being spoken about.
Okay.
It's perfectly fine to talk about the Cosa Nostra and every other organized crime racket syndicate, whether they're Irish or Italian or Russian or Mexican or Colombian. But when you start talking about Jewish criminals, oh boy, does the hammer come down and do you get silenced? I wonder why that is.
Okay, do Jewish criminals have gangs, and do they have a name?
Yeah, one of them's called Chabad. Chabad Lubavitch. They also have more conventional organized criminals like drug dealers and stuff like this. They operate in Israel as well. A lot of them are in Israeli prisons, gangs, things like that.
So in what way are they protected?
Well, they're protected in the way that basically all Jews are protected when it comes to silencing any kind of criticism of Jews. They're protected in the sense that revisionist historians will be put in prison for merely having opinions and presenting evidence of their research. Not only do they not get to defend themselves in court, but if a lawyer tries to defend them, they'll put the lawyer in prison as well.
Oh, Claire, did you contact that lawyer that I mentioned? Did you get in touch?
Yeah, I did try and have a look. Yeah, he seemed quite friendly. Or he.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's on Thomas More Chambers, I think is what they're called.
Yes. And I sent an email, but obviously I need to take it further for the client, and I haven't really been able to do that. And
so what
place.
Can you tell me what she's done? What's the problem?
Alison.
Yeah.
I think even Claire isn't sure what Allison has done wrong?
Well, I mean, okay. So basically, there's still litigation going on about her. Well, she's really being done for Holocaust denial, but really she's being charged under the Communications Act, Section 127, for transmitting, causing to send grossly offensive material, i.e., her song on Holocaust, her song "Survivors," which mocked certain Holocaust survivors as fake survivors.
Had she sang a song about wet ass pussy, she would have been perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Ah,
But it's quite a catchy song.
But she sang a tune, a catchy song, and now she's being treated like what? Like she's committed an act of terrorism?
is she Jewish herself?
No, well, not as far as I know. I mean, she's not.
Was her song likely to be picked up by far right groups and
Of course.
cause
Of course.
hatreds? Okay.
Well, I mean, they'd sing it because it's quite catchy. You know, going da 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 da. It's Nagila Hava, which is quite a famous folk song.
Yeah,
And that is a catchy tune.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
I mean, you know, it's like a jingle that goes round and round in your head. And she is quite a talented musician and singer, so
yeah,
that makes it doubly potent, which makes them want to throw the book at her.
They're going to make an example of her.
Has she done a song about another religion or just about? Well, she didn't do it about a religion. She done it about the Holocaust, right?
Yes.
Actually, let me go over here.
I mean, actually, went over her song, and I mean, initially I thought it was Holocaust denial because it's like, oh, it's so complicated. It's got all these, characters who told lies or whatever, and then I went through it really carefully again, and I thought, oh, well, actually, it's not even Holocaust denial because of the terms of Holocaust denial are quite specific. Well, I'm not going to say specific, but it says you can't go below a certain number. You can't say Hitler didn't know or didn't mean to. But she didn't say any of those things. She just mocked certain fake survivors.
So she should have known better, Claire.
Known to be fakes.
Well, I did warn her, and I said, look,
fakes like the Rosenblatts. Quote, I did not lie because in my imagination it was true.
People actually lied about being in the Holocaust.
Oh, many Jews have been exposed lying about being in gas chambers. I was in the gas chamber, but somehow I ended up being pushed out, past the door, past the guard. No one saw me, and I just walked out.
Was she arrested?
Yeah. She's been in jail twice already.
Then
she was in jail.
If you look into it
already.
If you look into the nature of Holocaust denial laws and how they're enforced, you'll realize that it is a criminal endeavor. They are tyrannical laws. They make no sense at all. They literally are dehumanizing.
And the interesting thing is that Jews can't even deny their own Holocaust.
But you know what Poland did? The best thing that Poland ever did was use their own medicine against them, because Poland has made it illegal to claim that the Holocaust occurred on Polish soil.
It's so stupid, isn't it?
So basically what that does is it nullifies the entire narrative of the Reinhardt camps, because the Reinhardt camps is the last bastion. It's the last thing now that the mainstream narrative has to go to. They say that, oh, well, it's Treblinka and, Sobibor and Belzec. That's where all the killing took place. Guess what? Those were not in Germany. And now Poland is saying, well, you can't say that it happened here. All of these laws, they're all idiotic. They're all stupid. It's all post-war denazification propaganda.
Well, I did a bit of research on the subject, and I think it's actually the British government and the American government who are more into wanting Holocaust denial laws than the Jews are themselves. It's like the Jews got their homeland. It's like, I mean, the whole point of the Holocaust, if you want to say that they baked up the numbers or something, it's like, they wanted, lots of Jews. They wanted to be able to say that, oh, so many of us are killed. Now you have to give us our homeland, Britain, because...
They need the Holocaust narrative because it's what makes the Allies look like heroes. Without the Holocaust narrative, what you have is just basically an Anglo-Russian Zio-axis declaring war on Germany and killing a bunch of Europeans.
Yeah, so I guess it kind of ennobles the British sacrifice of, losing, its world empire, to save the Jews, which was what was the emerging post-war narrative. But it's quite shocking in that for white people whose grandparents fought and died in the war, it's like that they didn't die so that their descendants couldn't deny the Holocaust, right?
The biggest irony is that the Zionist project was already well underway before World War II, and it was during World War II where Zionists on the ground in Palestine were betraying the British and taking advantage of the war to smuggle in weapons and push their terrorist agendas.
Yeah,
it's a bore. I know it's a bore
as well. Yeah, but yeah, terrible people. They should be wiped out. Right? That's what you can be saying. Forever,
is that what I've said? Is that what
amen.
I've said, Claire? Are you going to be like Ralph now, putting words in my mouth because it suits your agenda?
I just find it tedious. That's all. I wish.
Oh, yes, you're bored with it.
Yes, I am.
Why can't you just accept secular Quranism?
Well, you have no solution other than to bang on about the evilitude of the Jews.
No, my solution lies with people who have the responsibility to do something about it, but they're not doing it, and therefore this is what I discussed with React earlier.
So, what sort of government would do what to the Jews, what you want to be done to them?
What was that?
You said you were complaining. You said you were complaining to Reactionary that the government aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Well, the military, the Oath Keepers, are not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
What should they be doing?
Neutralizing the domestic enemy.
Deporting them, as you told Ralph, right?
Seizing them, arresting them, seizing their assets. The mainstream media should be dismantled completely. It is an enemy of the state, in my opinion.
Yeah, so you just take them over. The state takes them over. I mean, any insurrectionist would know that.
There would be martial law. There would be martial law. There would be, emergency executive orders. A new government put in place, a temporary military government. There would be some, a lot of. I told you what I would do. I don't know what they would do, but I would imagine there would probably be a lot of traitors that would be dealt with. We know what the punishment for treason is, and so we'd go from there.
So what you're saying is that the problem, as you see it, is liberal Jews like Duvid that you were proposing to deport, and that was when Ralph came down on you like a ton of bricks.
Well, Duvid would get deported because he supports the Jewish criminality. So when Duvid supports Rubashkin and makes the claim that Rubashkin was only sent to prison because the American state was anti-Semitic, that's a flat out lie. So when he openly says that he's a globalist and that he's spreading multiculturalism only in America but not for Israel, that's right. He would get deported if I was in power. That's what I said. If I was in power, I would deport Duvid.
But don't you see that what you call the Jewish problem is a liberal problem? You have a problem with Duvid being liberal. Are you going to blame Jews for liberalism?
Claire, all of the right-wing Jews that are not criminals get to stay, and they get to practice their Judaism inside their home, but there will not be synagogues.
You're going to be closing down their synagogues. Okay.
Yep. I would not. It would, if I was in charge, it would be a Christian state. There would be no
Christian today?
There would be no synagogues and no what do you call them, masjids?
Okay, so you're Christian again today, are you?
I'm just telling you what the policies would be in terms of practicing religion.
But you're not even Christian.
What I am is irrelevant.
Well, I think it is.
But I don't care what you think.
I know you don't, but then you only care about showing your hatred for certain groups, such as Muslims and Jews, without necessarily subscribing to a religion.
I'm not hating anything.
You want to close
You're
down.
lying.
You don't believe in freedom of worship, do you? You don't believe in the First Amendment.
I just said they would be free to worship and practice inside the privacy of their own homes.
So synagogues and mosques would be closed down?
Yes, I did say that.
Okay.
But you would be free to practice in the privacy of your own home.
Mm-hmm.
I also said I would dismantle the Roman Catholic Church. Remember that part?
I don't know how you're going to dismantle it in Canada.
What's the difference between a home and a mosque?
Well, a mosque is a building built strictly for the purposes of religious worship and practices. A home is a dwelling where people live. That is the difference.
Yeah, and what difference does it have on the community?
I'm not sure what kind of a difference it would have on the community. You would have to ask them. But if you want to build yourself a Qibla in your home and point it to Mecca, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, a building, right? What happens inside a building, if it's a home, you're not concerned with. And another building, which is just identical, it just so happens to be a mosque and not a house. You don't know what goes on inside there. Why does that bother you?
There would be no building strictly dedicated for Islam. You could invite.
Why is that a problem?
You could invite.
Why does a building dedicated to Islam? Why does that bother you?
You could invite people to your home if you wanted to worship together, provided you weren't violating fire code and you didn't pack too many people in there where it became a danger. And
then it becomes a mosque. What's the difference?
Well, you could call it a mosque if you want.
But you.
But it would still be your home where you live, right?
What's the difference? Why should one be banned and the other not?
Because one is a formal, official religious building, and the other one is a private dwelling.
I know that. That's just words. Like, what
you're asking me to describe
it's a label.
The difference.
I can have
I don't know
a
what
box.
else to tell you.
Well, I can have a box, right, on my shelf. I can have two boxes. I put a sticker on one and I call it box 1, and I put another sticker on another box and I call it box 2. Why should box 2 not be allowed, but box 1 should be? And when they're just boxes.
Do people sleep and reside in mosques?
They can do. What difference does it make if they sleep and reside somewhere?
Oh, because if it becomes their permanent
It's just
address,
a building.
it becomes a private home.
It's just a building, whether it's a home or a mosque. What's the difference?
I mean, I feel like I've explained the difference, but I'm not going to repeat it a fourth and fifth time.
No, it's not. I don't think you explained it sufficiently.
Well, I mean, it's not sufficiently for you, but I mean, I think I've explained the purpose of each building and the nature of each building and what they're used for. Beyond that, I'm not quite sure what else you want me to cover.
Yeah, so what you've pointed out to me is you've got two buildings. They're both buildings. The purpose of each.
Yeah, they both have four walls and a roof.
Yeah, but they're used for slightly different purposes. Now, why does one purpose bother you and another purpose doesn't?
Well, it's not that it bothers me, but it's just that if I was in power, the country that I would live in would be a Christian country, and churches and cathedrals would be permitted. Mosques and synagogues would not be.
Why?
Because that's what I would decide.
Are mosques and synagogues forbidden in Christianity?
I don't know if they're forbidden in Christianity, but they'd be forbidden in the hypothetical country that I'm talking about.
So, are you following God's law by doing that?
I'm not sure.
So you're making up your own law?
Pretty much, yeah. That's what countries do.
Yeah, but we're talking about you. You're making up a law.
Yeah.
For some reason, you want to allow churches, but you don't want to allow other religions to have their places of worship.
Correct.
And you don't know if that's a Christian value.
You are understanding me. This is good.
Interesting. What type of Christian are you then?
I don't know. I don't have a type. I don't have a label for it. According to some people, I'm not Christian at all, so.
Are you non-denominational?
I suppose.
Well, anyway, you're welcome here.
Do you believe Jesus is God?
Here where?
On my channel.
Oh, yeah, well, and I appreciate it. You would be welcome on my channel too, React.
Hey, thanks, man.
I didn't say Muslims would be banned. And I also stated that conservative Jews that do not have any criminal record would not be punished for crimes they did not commit. They would not be sent into camps. But
how is that different to Christians?
But they would be encouraged to move to Israel.
You're making me hungry. Whoever's eating crisps.
It's not.
Oh, sorry, that's me. Yeah, I just bought some a little meal.
Mm-hmm. Well, certainly very revealing comments from Domingo and his.
I know that my choices, you don't like them, React. I understand that. But sadly, you're going to encounter people that have opinions that you're going to disagree with.
You know what? I can't say that I don't like your comments. I have no problem with your comments. What I just want to do is understand your reason for them. That's all. I've got no problem with you holding whatever views you want.
It's about preserving the culture of the nation, right? It's about restoring certain countries back to what they were traditionally,
So
And I would
Canada.
expect,
Canada wasn't a Christian country, right? It became a Christian country somehow.
well,
It was never a
Canada
Christian country in the beginning.
Canada was a French and British colony, and the French colony was absolutely Christian.
Prior to colonization, what was it?
What do you mean? You mean
I
what
mean,
religion was being practiced?
France is miles away from Canada. So before
Are you
France
asking
arrived,
me what religion was being practiced prior to the colonies?
yeah.
It would have been, I guess it would be considered pantheism.
Was it the Inuits' religion?
Yeah, like Wendigo spirits and Native American gods.
Yeah.
Worshipping the buffalo and the herds, and
So you want to restore their religion?
I would, yeah, they would be allowed to practice their religion. They would be allowed to build totem poles and do all of their. I would create. I would enact huge reparations for the Native American population. I would absolutely allow them to practice and build religious buildings and structures. Yes. The French had very good relations with the Native Americans.
There was an American professor. His name is.
I would even put totem poles on the national flag. I would absolutely represent them on the national flag.
I don't even know what a totem pole is. What's that?
Oh, they're beautiful. I mean, look up West Coast Native American culture and art. It's basically they'll take an entire tree trunk and just carve artwork into it, and then
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it'll be like faces, one on top of the other. It could be a face of an owl, whatever animal spirits they might have worshipped, orca whales, things like that.
So, were your parents Christian? Is that why you're a Christian, or was it something you chose later in life?
I was raised Catholic, but I'm not a practicing Catholic. I was baptized as a baby. I mean, I had no say in the matter.
Okay, so you were raised as with those Christian values. Your parents taught you Christianity. And,
well, they sent me to church and to what is it, catechism classes, or basically school and the church would give lessons, things like this. But I honestly didn't really assimilate much of it.
Interesting. And sorry, I've got food spitting here. What was I going to say?
I think religion is something that needs to be. Adults have to find religion for themselves, and adults have to find God, and indoctrinating children from birth. I'm not entirely certain that that's the right approach.
So why have you not considered becoming a Muslim?
Well, according to
intelligent enough to have studied it. So.
According to your definitions of being a Muslim, I may already be a Muslim, because being a Muslim simply means, from what I've understood from Tehran and Palu and others, is if you walk a certain way and you behave a certain way, you might be a Muslim and not even know it. So for all you know, maybe I already am one. I don't know.
Okay, so let's find out then. Do you believe in God?
I believe in God, yes.
One God?
One God.
And do you believe that there is no other God except him?
I don't know if there is, but I believe that the one God that I believe in is omnipotent and can do whatever it chooses to do and has no limits.
So you don't believe there are two gods?
Not at the moment. I have no reason to.
Good. Yeah. So you believe in one God.
Yeah.
Do you believe every god that is worshipped? Like, so from my perspective, there are many gods in the world. God meaning something that is worshipped. Now, but all of them, in the eyes of a Muslim, all of them are false gods. None of them deserve worship. They're all fake. There is only one God that is true. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, but if you're defining God as something that is worshipped, then you might want to reconsider your definition. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there are Sufi Muslims that worship dead imams.
Yeah, sorry, I keep having to mute myself when I'm eating. Okay, when I say worship, I mean the actions of love, fear, hope, devotion, submission.
Well, those are things that people do with their family members, their significant others, their spouse. So
But the
again, you're
absolute,
going to have to clarify your definition.
well, for example, I love my parents, but I should love God more. So if my parents command me to do something and it goes against God's law, I should disobey my parents in that regard and obey God.
Okay, so what you're saying is God is the one thing that you love the most above all other ideas or principles.
Correct.
I
So
don't know.
that's
I don't know that I love God. I don't.
Mhm.
I mean, because God has allowed for a lot of atrocities to occur. So I don't know that I could say that I love God more than anything in His entire creation.
Hmm.
But I don't claim to know God. God works in mysterious ways, as they say, and I don't claim to know and fully understand God. I don't claim to even understand Him to any real significant degree.
Do you know why
It's
God created you?
me specifically.
Or created us? Yeah, but you specifically, yeah. You know why God created you?
No, I can't claim to know His motives or her motives or its motives about its creation.
Do you believe we have a purpose?
I believe we have a potential. As far as our purpose, I would think that our purpose is to colonize and reach out to the stars.
Yeah. Colonize, you said?
Yeah, to bring life to places where there is no life.
Hmm. Okay. So if I said to you,
I'm probably not a Muslim, right? I'm probably not meeting your checklist.
well, not too far off yet. So if I said to you, what's the purpose of clothes? What would you tell me is the answer to that?
Well, clothes have multiple purposes. It depends upon the context.
Well, I think clothing has a clear purpose to cover your body from nudity and to protect you from the elements, right? To keep you warm from the cold, etc.
Yeah, but those are different purposes.
But clothing has a purpose, right? It's one or the other, or
I'm saying
multiple.
I'm saying clothing has multiple purposes and functions.
Yeah, but there is a purpose at least. There's at least one purpose.
Oh, sure. There's several. At least one for sure. Yeah. There's at least 3.
If I said to you, what's the purpose of a car or a motor vehicle?
And I would give you this. I would give you the same answer. There's multiple purposes depending upon the context.
But ultimately, it's to transport people from one place to another.
Or goods.
Or goods. Yeah. Okay. And you could continue this line of questioning in any language to anybody around the world, and they'll give you the same answers pretty much. Everything has a purpose. But when you ask people, what's the purpose of life? Why are you here? Excuse me. That's when you start to hear many different answers. Some people will just admit, I haven't got a clue. I don't know. Why is it when we talk about all these other objects, the answer is obvious. But when we talk about the human being's purpose.
Yeah, but you didn't ask me what the purpose of life was.
Yeah, I said, what's your purpose for being here?
No, you said what was God's
why
purpose
did God create
for
you?
creating? You said what was God's purpose for creating me?
Yep.
But if you ask me what's the purpose of life, that's a different question.
All right. What's your answer to that question?
The purpose of life is to create more life. And this is observable.
The purpose of life is to create more life.
Yeah.
So like a biological objective is what you're saying. To propagate. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. To sustain and create more life.
Can you think of no spiritual purpose behind why we're here?
Sure. I can
Because the answer you gave me.
I can think of several spiritual answers.
Yeah, the answer you gave me there is no different to animals. Right? Animals reproduce.
Yeah, well, human beings are a kind of animal.
A kind of animal, yeah. But we're different to the rest of the animal kingdom. Completely different. Human beings are the only creature that wears clothes, right? We teach each other. We write letters. I mean, we read books.
Well, there are animals.
Purpose?
There are other animals in the animal kingdom that are completely unique and different from all the other animals as well. And there are animals that do communicate with their own language.
Yeah, but when you look
and there
at the
are
animal
animals
kingdom,
that teach other animals of their species.
Yeah, no, not like humans. We are masters of the rest of the animal kingdom. There's no animal that dominates human beings.
Well, until
what makes us so different?
Until a pathogen comes along and kills us all.
Yeah, that's true. Like, and puts us all in lockdown.
No, that's the humans doing the lockdown, not the pathogen.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of questions to answer in order to figure out if one is a Muslim.
Well, I could simply find out if you're a Muslim by asking you, do you believe that La ilaha illallah? Do you believe that there's no God worthy of worship except Allah, and that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is his final messenger? That's the key, the key question. But in order to get to that point, I'm trying to see where you are on sort of a scale.
There might be another God that's worthy of worship, You know,
Mhm.
pagans will tell me this. Um, do I truly know which god is worth worshiping over other gods? I don't know.
Okay, and how would you know that God deserves worship?
I suppose to know if a god deserves devotion and worship, one would have to recognize certain qualities and attributes of the god in question. And I
Hmm.
suppose us humans, flawed as we are, we would probably look at and analyze the pros and cons of worshiping such a god.
Hmm.
And
The way I,
a lot of people would probably ask themselves, what's in it for me for worshiping that god? And if there's a certain segment of the population that's, let's say, told themselves or convinced themselves that they were chosen by God over all the other humans on the planet, they might have an incentive in wanting to worship that God.
I mean, the way I view it is that whoever gave me life provides for me and completely owns me and everything around me. That is the one that deserves my worship. Nobody else. That is the Almighty. And there cannot be two gods, right? You can't have two gods. If
What if
one God
you
wants something to happen and the other wants something else to happen, well, one of the two things are going to happen, right? And whichever thing happens, then that is the true God, the one that wins. The other one cannot be God if he's not all powerful and almighty in all aspects. So there can only be one God, and he deserves my worship. He deserves my gratitude. If I bring a painter to my home and he paints my whole house, but then instead of paying him his wages, I give it to somebody else, that's misplaced. That's misplaced. That's an injustice. So the payment should go to the one who deserves it, and our worship should go to the one that deserves it, that created all of us.
do you know that God created you?
Yeah.
How do you know this?
Where was I before?
Before what?
Before he created me.
Well, some might say you existed in the form of an egg and a sperm.
Okay, and who created that?
Other eggs and sperms that came before them.
And who created those?
I mean, I could not give you names, if that's what you're asking me.
Yeah, I'm saying that this is a line of questioning. So you will question. We as human beings, it's a logical line of questioning. We will think, where did I come from? Well, who created my parents then? Well, who created them? Well, who? And you'll go back through this chain until you get to the beginning, right? And you have no other option but to get to a beginning. That
Do you,
beginning,
do you,
otherwise you'll go on forever. Otherwise, it's a chain of never of eternity. There's no such thing as eternity. There's a beginning and there's an end. Now, at the beginning, the beginning point, the one who created, there must be a creator who created the creation, and that creator must be uncreated,
do you believe
right?
that we all descend from Noah and his family?
From Adam, from what I understand, yeah, from Adam.
Yeah, but after the flood, right, the flood kills everybody except Noah and his
Mm.
family. And so, like, you're a descendant of Shem, right?
I don't know. I don't know the details of that. I believe in Noah as a prophet of God, who Allah
Well,
rescued.
do you
Yeah,
believe that
through when there was a
the ark?
flood. I believe in that. Sorry.
Do you believe that he built the ark and put two of each animal on
Yeah,
it?
yeah. And I don't know if there were other populations on the planet or not, but I do know that from what I read in the Quran, that's the case with Noah. Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, unless those other populations had gills and could breathe underwater, those other populations probably drowned, right?
Well, I don't know if the flood encompassed the whole of the planet. I don't know the answer to that.
Since we're speaking about planet, do you believe the planet is spherical or flat?
From what I've seen, it's more like the shape of a rock, and that's using the geodetic survey. It's called WS64 or something like that.
I've seen
It's
rocks
what's
in
used
many
in
shapes,
GPS.
so
Yeah, think of
I'm
think of a soccer ball with a slightly deflated soccer ball. Not slightly, maybe most of the air deflated from a soccer ball. The shape you will have after kicking it, yeah, that's kind of a rock shape. That's what you'd have of the Earth.
well, if I were to kick a soccer ball
With
that's
no air
been
inside. Yeah.
I mean, a collapsed soccer ball would.
Yeah.
I mean, is not flat. It's definitely not a sphere.
Yeah.
That's what you think the Earth is?
Yeah, pretty much. If you Google WS, I think it's 64 geodetic survey. It might be 84 actually. The geodetic survey. So from the satellites that orbit the Earth, especially used for GPS, they kind of accurately measured the nooks and crannies of the Earth, and you can see the shape of it.
Yeah, but with the water on top of it, does it look spherical with the water?
Yeah, from the naked eye at a distance, it will look sort of egg-shaped or even like spherical. Yeah, like when you look at the moon from here, it looks like a ball, doesn't it? The shape of it, especially when there's a full moon, or should I say, it looks like a dish. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a disc.
But really, in reality, it's a rock.
It looks like a big pita bread.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry if I'm asking you all these questions and stuff, but yeah, that's just my
Well, the point of it was, I guess you were trying to determine if I qualify as a Muslim or not.
No, I think you already said you're Christian. So if you're Christian, you can't be Muslim. You're a Christian.
But he doesn't believe in the Trinity. But he wants to believe in God. So that makes him closer to being Muslim than being Christian.
No, all I said was that according to the definitions of Muslims themselves, there are people who are not even aware that they're Muslims because the way that they live is in accordance with, I guess, Islam.
Well, apparently God is knowable through reasoning if you follow the reasoning of the uncaused first cause. Because you can't just be asking yourself endlessly who created mum and mum's mum and mum's 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 mum, that kind of thing, which is infinite regression.
What I'm getting at is
you have to accept that there was an uncaused first cause.
What I'm getting at was a conversation I heard between Tehran and this sheikh he was talking to, and he said, he gave this scenario where, you have two individuals in front of you. One of them states that he's a Muslim. The other one remains silent, but goes with you to pray with you and fasts with you when you fast. And then he asked the question, which one of those two is the Muslim? And the answer to the question was the one who was walking the walk and not talking the talk.
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow me? So a Muslim is a Muslim based on his actions and not based on his self-proclaimed identity.
Mm-hmm. So really, I mean, the idea I think is if you want to believe in God, there's a whole range of gods for you to believe in, but If you were being perfectly rational, you would choose to worship the most powerful God, because why would you choose to worship a less powerful God? It wouldn't make sense. And the most powerful God is the Abrahamic God. And the Abrahamic faiths would be, religions that worship the most powerful God. And if you're not Jewish, then you're just left with two: Christianity
Yeah, but
or Islam.
you can't really know if the Abrahamic God is the most powerful God. You can't know that.
Well, the attributes of God are already, well known.
Because what if Zeus and Odin and the Abrahamic God all got in a gladiator ring and arena and fought to the death? Who's to say that Zeus wouldn't win?
But Zeus is not, even by the definition of the ancient Greeks, all powerful. He was just king of the gods on Mount Olympus. And
All right. Well, so then Zeus's creators, right? The what were they? The Titans, Proteus, one of them.
I mean, the universe was created by the Titans.
Okay, so Proteus.
Well, who created the Titans then?
The Super Titans.
Yeah. That's why that stuff just doesn't work.
So the most
Yeah, I mean,
logical and
it's
powerful
like
God
you're
is the Abrahamic God.
you're depending upon like these, definitions and these like keywords of created and uncreated, and I see like
Every human being can relate to it.
I see people get into these debates.
We were
about,
created. There was a time you weren't on this planet, and now you are. Then you're gonna die.
Right, and
You'll have
so
a beginning and an end.
And you believe that God did not create God?
Of course, he didn't. He's uncreated.
The uncaused first cause.
If he was created, he would be the creation, not the creator.
Could he kill himself?
No.
Why would he?
Why?
His life is eternal.
If he can't, then he's not all powerful.
His life.
Oh, this is so silly.
Yeah.
But this is my point. You're getting caught up in these debates
he's
that
all
lead
powerful.
to nowhere.
He's all powerful in what's consistent with him being the Almighty. You can't say, can he be the creator? But he was created by something else.
He's all powerful in what suits your needs. That's what it boils down to.
No, he's all powerful in what's consistent with him being God.
If God was all powerful, he would have the ability to end himself.
Yeah, so that is a weakness. If he's all powerful, how can he be weak at the same time?
It's not a weakness.
Of course it's a weakness.
No, it isn't.
To be ended by something is a weakness.
To not be able to end yourself, that's a weakness.
Okay, I think we okay, Domingo, you can do all kinds of silly, crazy things, but you choose not to, right? You choose not to end your life.
But I could.
Yeah, and in the same way that God could do these things, but why would he? Because
I'm not saying that he would want to, but I'm saying if he's all powerful, he should have that ability.
Well, I'm sure he could. But he wouldn't.
So you agree with me? Okay.
No. Can you stop breathing and stay alive?
Well, for a certain amount of time,
okay,
but not indefinitely.
Okay. So you can't stop. You can't not breathe and remain alive. Okay.
Well, I can stop breathing.
The definition of life.
I can stop breathing for a short amount of time and remain alive.
Yeah, but not long. I mean, there's
not long.
The definition. No. Yeah, there's an implication that you're breathing when you say that you're alive. Okay. Now, if something is all powerful, it indicates that he exists. First of all.
But I could also have a machine breathe for me.
Okay, how can something that's all powerful, overcome itself?
How could it not?
Overcome itself. So that means it's not
all
powerful.
Could it not?
There must be a weakness.
We could kill ourselves. We could
there must be
cut off our hand or whatever. No, but why would we?
To believe that, you must believe that there's a weakness. If he's all powerful, that means there's no flaw. It cannot be overcome.
You're looking at this
all powerful, in perfect power, no defect. To overcome something, there must be a defect in that thing that you're overcoming, a weakness.
I don't think
If
you're
there's a
looking at
weakness,
this in a
if there, I am. If
objective.
there's, if there is a weakness, he cannot be described as the all-powerful. You'd have to say he's all-powerful except he has one weakness. That's how you'd have to describe him. So he's not all-powerful then.
Can your God duplicate himself into two gods?
Can your God? Yeah, no, of course not. Because then
Okay,
he
he's
would
not. Then he's
No.
not all powerful.
No, but why
No,
would he?
because no, it's not about why even.
It
he
doesn't
wouldn't
matter
be God.
about why would he or wouldn't he.
He
The
wouldn't be
point is
described
that
as
if
God
he can't
anymore.
do it, he's not omnipotent.
He wouldn't be God anymore. He would be gods.
That's right. If
You
your
wouldn't call him
God
he,
wanted
you would
to
call
be
him they.
gods, that's right. What would stop an all-powerful, omnipotent
wouldn't be
one
he.
God? What would stop
would be
an
they.
all-powerful
Is
one
it-
God from becoming
It's
three
a flawed
gods?
question.
It's not a flawed question. It's just an
No,
inconvenient question for you.
No, it's some
It's
philosophical
inconvenient for
masturbation
a Muslim.
exercise.
Domingo, we know you want to believe in God. You
Claire,
do.
we know
do.
you don't believe in God.
No, I really think it's a choice. You either, you decide you want to believe in God, and I know you do because you talk about, I've lived all my life, believing that I have a personal God who watches over me. You have said it before, so just accept
Claire,
you want to believe in God.
You are godless, Claire.
I am telling you how you could believe in God rather than, holding on to this skeptical kind of view that doesn't really help anyone.
You're telling me how I should believe in God. You want me to believe in God in a certain way.
Well, because there is only the Abrahamic God. I'm saying logically and necessarily.
But listen
what
to yourself,
we-
Claire. You just said we know that there's only the Abrahamic God, yet you don't even believe in him.
I didn't. I said I'm agnostic, and I have to hold on to that position for the sake of secular Quranism. but here it is.
Yo, it's such a what a noble sacrifice, Claire.
Indeed,
You're holding on to the agnostic position because of secular Quranism.
Well, I do have a purpose in life.
How selfless of you, Claire, to not believe in God for the greater good.
Secular Quranism. At least I've discovered the purpose of my life.
Oh yeah, purpose of your life, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and it is to
what a purpose it is.
Well, it would solve a lot of problems, wouldn't it?
Is that the purpose?
We
of your
already
life?
know that Christianity has failed. So we need a new religion, right? I mean, can we survive without a new religion that is effective at maintaining some semblance of order? We're seeing it falling, to pieces as we speak, aren't we? With all the lawlessness and incompetence and insanity of our government.
React. What does Islam do with women that don't believe in Allah?
What do you mean? What does it do with them?
I mean, what do you do with women? What do you do with women that do not love or believe in Allah?
We invite them to accept Islam and to believe in Allah. It depends what their background is, if they're Christian or Jewish or not.
Well, in this case, she's Buddhist, or was.
Yeah, so we'd invite her to accept Islam, and if not, then she's welcome to live peacefully. If not, she's welcome to live peacefully under secular Quranism. How's that? We'll employ her as a caller to Islam. How's that?
She can live peacefully under MBS's rule.
I don't know about MBS, but under my rule. How's that? Or we could establish secular Quranism in your land.
And then everybody will be happy, including the non-Muslims who just need a little bit of persuasion to, see the error of their ways. And
If she was a Jew or a
then,
Christian, it wouldn't be too bad. She could get married to a Muslim in that case. But being a Buddhist, that wouldn't be possible, I don't think.
Oh, you've got people messaging you in the private chat, React.
Let me see. Private chat.
she's come and gone.
It's not the real Zubaydah, it's a troll account. That's why I didn't add them. Yeah.
How long ago was that?
20 minutes maybe.
Oh, I only just noticed.
Yeah.
So now, Domingo, we know you want to believe in God, right? So you might as well.
I want Jesus to come back and clean house. That's what I want.
That's idolatry. So on the one hand, you long to believe in God, and then you just fall into this desire to imagine God as a human being.
I want God to take away all of the shit.
You want him to deal with the Jews, I know, but Jesus is a Jew.
Yeah, the good Jew. King of the Jews.
So even as you hate Jews, you want to worship a Jew.
I don't hate
Come
Jews.
on.
You keep saying
That's
that I
the
hate Jews, and I
next
don't. You're a liar, Claire, because you're a son of your father, the devil.
Now you think I'm a man?
Oh gosh.
Well, can you prove that you're
How
not?
do you two know each other? This is a very interesting relationship.
Yeah, I ask myself that same question every goddamn day.
He loves me, really.
No, I don't.
I know.
Ugh.
I will lead you to the light, Domingo, away from the wretchedness of your darkened soul.
Before it's all said and done, you will accept Christ into your heart, Claire. That black, caved in, dead organ inside your chest, and Christ will make it beat again.
I think the problem with Christians is that they're too familiar with God. They either want to think of God as Mary or Jesus. And they kind of, imagine having conversations with him in a chatty way. And I think that's
I
not
think
the right
good
attitude.
people. I think good people are still getting crucified today for being good people. I think the expression "nice guys finish last" is based in some truth, because we live in a corrupt world that is so corrupt now that the only way to truly compete is by being as corrupt as the competition, and it is tragic. And I
Yes,
think
and
today there are people that try to be good and they suffer for it.
yes, and if we want to live in a society where good is rewarded and evil punished, we have to behave as if we believed in God and follow his laws. That is what we must do. So
I
believe
live
is a
my
moral
life.
choice.
I live my life as though God is watching and judging.
Right, so you might as well believe in the Abrahamic God, and then you must know that the Abrahamic God actually forbade idolatry and blasphemy in the Ten Commandments. So give
Believing
it up.
in
Domingo.
Jesus is
Give
not
it up.
idolatry.
Who says? I mean, you have to consider the sources of the definition of idolatry, and whether you like it or not, Jews were the first people to say no idolatry. They invented the concept of idolatry.
No,
And
it's not the
Muslims
Jews that
prefer-
said it, it's God that said it.
Okay. So God told Jews in the Torah that he
You will have no other God
forbade
but me.
idolatry, and then God confirmed his
Yeah, and
disapproval, his
Christians do not
prohibition.
have any other God before God. Christians are still worshiping the same God from that Old Testament.
How do you know? because obviously the Christians and Jews don't agree on the definition of idolatry, do they? We had a long
No,
conversation about that.
it's not that they don't agree on the definition of idolatry. It's that they don't agree on the definition of what Jesus is.
Well, you would expect Jews to deny the divinity of Jesus because they
Of course, because they fucking killed him.
Well, according to the Quranic
Rabbinical
narrative,
Judaism has no interest or incentive in any kind of Messiah figure coming and showing up.
well, they're supposed to believe
They would
Messiah
lose
will come up.
they would lose their power grip hold over their people if any kind of Messiah showed up. And I guarantee you they would seek to murder anyone that showed up claiming to be the Messiah.
But anyway, we know what laws Jews are supposed to follow, and we know that it's kind of hard getting them to even rank the Gentile religions according to the Noahide laws.
I could care less how they would rank them.
Yeah, explain to me what a no-hide law is, please. I heard you say this, but
well, there's 7 of them, and there's different ways of counting them, but anyway, they're supposed to be universal and eternal laws for all humanity, a minimum moral standard. So,
where do you get these from? Are these documented somewhere, or
they are found in the Babylonian Talmud,
Babylonian
listed
Talmud.
as 7. Yes. And I find it very useful, but Jews obviously use it in a different way, or they don't like talking about.
Claire thinks the Babylonian Talmud is some kind of authoritative, spiritual holy book.
Well, for Jews, for rabbis anyway. So I just wish they, do what it tells them to do, but they have all kinds of insecurities and complexes. So I'll just explain quickly the 7 no-hide laws. So the laws against murder, laws against theft, laws against sexual immorality, laws against eating an animal while it's still alive, and a positive commandment to establish a court and legal system. So that's the first 5. I think even atheists would be agreeable to the first 5 because they all make sense, I think, to decent people, even if they don't believe in God. And the last 2 are idolatry and blasphemy. So that Domingo dropped out.
He's gone to the loo. Yeah. He messaged me. He said he's gone to the loo.
Right. Oh yes. So
Russell Assad in the chat says that the 7 no-hide laws are for Gentiles to follow. The other 646 no-hide laws are for them. And one law is, if the Gentiles try to study our law, he must be killed. Is that true?
I don't know anything about that, but I mean, if it's true, it says in the Talmud is only the word of rabbis. It's not, it's not the word of God. That it is. So I think that they would admit, they would have to admit that rabbis are sometimes wrong. But anyway, the last 2, idolatry and blasphemy, is a kind of confirmation of the 10 commandments. And so my proposal is that rabbis rank the 4 Gentile religions according to their conformity with the 7 no-hide laws. And, because I think if they did it properly, Islam would be the most no-hide of all Gentile religions and Christianity the least, because Christianity is guilty of idolatry and blasphemy, as I see it, and is less no-hide than even Hinduism, which is only idolatry. And Buddhism, because it's atheists, would come after Islam. So that's kind of what I'm hoping rabbis will do. But I know they are, they hate Muslims. They are a bit scared of telling, well, America and the Western nations who do support them that their religion is idolatry and blasphemy. But I think they should do it.
Where's the idolatry in Judaism?
Oh, no, I don't say that. In Christianity, maybe? Is that what you mean about?
Okay. I thought you meant there's idolatry in Judaism. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. In Christianity, there is.
And,
What do you think
and the
of
blasphemy too.
and blasphemy?
Jesus was convicted and crucified for blasphemy, and Christians have been worshipping, you know, someone convicted of blasphemy for 2,000 years. So they've confirmed it, even if he didn't actually, even if he wasn't actually guilty, even if Jesus was wrongly convicted of blasphemy, Christians have basically affirmed his blasphemy, his alleged blasphemy. I know Muslims are saying, well, Muslims say he didn't die on the cross or only appeared to do so. I think that's the Quranic narrative.
Yes, correct. That Allah raised him up.
Yes. He raised him directly to heaven. He did not die on the cross. He only appeared to do so.
Yes.
And the thing is, this is actually quite useful in confronting these Christians, because, you know, you would have thought these Christians who are supposed to love Jesus would be happy that Jesus didn't die horribly, but no, they want him to die horribly because they want him to, you know, be the human sacrifice to save them from their sins. That's how corrupt they are.
Ra's al-Assad has written that idolatry in Judaism is the sacrifices they make to Iblis, but they don't say they worship Iblis. It's about the sin of Gentiles sacrificed to Iblis through a goat.
I don't know anything about that. It might be the scapegoating thing. They used to have this. You know, I think the sins of the people are kind of transferred to the goat, and then they throw it off a cliff or something.
Interesting. Okay, I think that may be what he's talking about.
But yes, I mean, the Quranic narrative, you know, is a good way of cornering these Christians, because, you know, it's like, oh no, we actually want Jesus to die horribly to save us from our sins, and then we can, you know, Muslims can say, but you can, you know, you have the option of believing in, you know, the Abrahamic God without, you know, believing that Jesus died, and, you know, and also Islam accepts the virgin birth. Sorry.
What's the Jewish position on racism? Is there any law or any text in Judaism that states that that racism is prohibited?
I don't think so. I mean, they do talk about righteous Gentiles who, you know, have been very helpful to them. Ruth is apparently not Jewish. I think there's some story about her lineage, and she was, you know, following Naomi, who was Jewish. But I mean, there are sort of righteous Gentiles, like the wife of Moses was not Jewish, but you know, she was sort of more observant in a way than he was. So, you know, they don't get a bad press, really. I mean, you know, there is this acknowledgement that they are righteous Gentiles. And they're not supposed to be racist. And they sort of know they're not supposed to be, you know, because, I mean, there's so many different kinds of Jews, and they don't like each other's traditions and whatever. And so they know they're not supposed to be racist towards each other, and they can be racist towards each other.
So in Islam, we have clear hadiths and texts from the Quran and the hadith, where the Prophet Muhammad says that one race is not superior to another. And this is over 1400 years ago. So when I ask Christians, are there any texts about racism, they can't give me any. So the concept of being against racism isn't in their religion. It's something, when you hear about Edward Colston and the statue that was toppled in Bristol, or you hear about the statements of people like Winston Churchill, and people saying, well, you know, in those days there was racism, what can you do? You know, that was the norm of the day. Well, why is that an excuse? That was maybe 100 years ago. We're talking about 1,400 years ago. The Prophet of Allah Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, prohibited racism. So look at the difference. Something 1,400 years old prohibited something that Christianity, like less than 200 years ago, practiced in a vile way.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, let me check about what Judaism says about racism. I'm not sure I've seen anything about that. In fact, I've not seen any other religion talk about racism.
Yeah, and also the Quran actually. Okay, my thesis is that the First Amendment is based on chapter 2, verse 256 of the Quran.
Chapter 2, that's Surah Al-Baqarah. And which ayah number? Which verse?
256. There is no compulsion in belief. Truth stands clear from error.
لا إكراه في الدين قد تبين الرشد من الغي. That means there is no compulsion in religion. The truth has been made clear from falsehood, as you just mentioned. And why did you mention that verse?
Well, I'm going to be saying. I mean, I have been saying that the First Amendment is based on chapter 2, verse 256. There is a White House Quran. It belonged to Thomas Jefferson. He drafted the Virginia Statute on Religious Freedom, which subsequently became the First Amendment.
Yes. Yep. And
I think,
mm-hmm.
and I think it is necessary to say this to the Americans, so they kind of feel they own the idea a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a White House Quran, which was owned by Thomas Jefferson, which still has his notes inside, which he would write on the side of the page. But from what I understood, he was trying to take, ideas from here and there to draft a sort of perfect society or constitution for it.
Yeah, and there is this aspiration, in the founding fathers, which is why they call themselves the exceptional and indispensable nation. I mean, I think a lot of people say, oh, it's to do with the empire, but I think, because it's a proposition nation, it does mean that, there's no other country in the world that was established in this way.
They were Freemasons, and it is really a Freemason-run country. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What I find interesting about that, however, is that the Queen is the head of Freemasonry globally. And if the Americans rebelled against the British, did that mean they also, the Freemasons also rebelled against the Queen? How can she still be the head of Freemasonry and the American Freemasons somehow rebelled against her? Was there a rebellion in Freemasonry too?
I don't know about that. I mean, I have the vague idea that Freemasonry was just meant to make the adherents of the Abrahamic faiths work together. And, and maybe the idea is for Jews and Muslims, the ones who believe in the oneness of God to, outnumber the ones who believe in the threeness of God.
Yeah.
But and we also know that the Catholic Church forbids Catholics from becoming Masons, probably for that reason. They don't want them to be Catholics to be contaminated by the alternative view of God that they know Jews and Muslims would hold.
I noticed that if you go to the United States, any major town has what they call a Masonic temple, right? You'll see that in any major town. I wonder why it's called a temple.
What should it be called then?
Is it a place of worship? Is that what takes place in the Masonic temple?
Well, I think from what I know of these things, they dress up in their regalia, they kind of learn their lines and they perform their rituals. And so I guess if you perform a ritual, you are in fact worshipping something, and maybe it's getting all these men to worship the one God idea.
Nikki, that says it's from the Solomon's Temple name. Solomon had a temple, so they call it the Mason's Temple. Oh yeah, that's right. Because was it Hiram Abith? I don't know how to spell his name. Sorry, Hiram Abith. He's the guy that they claim was killed to give up his secrets, which he refused to hand over. And so that's the ritual you have to go through. But he helped construct the temple, didn't he?
Yes.
He was an architect. Hiram Abith, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's something to do with ecumenism. This idea that all those who believe in the Abrahamic God should be friends rather than enemies and competitors against each other.
So looking for a common form of unity. They also do charitable work, don't they?
Yeah. And I suppose there's a good excuse for the men to get away from their wives, and it's better to go to the temple than go to the pub or nightclubs or that kind of thing.
Yeah,
maybe.
Jen Wallace says that the Buddha opposed racism 2,500 years ago as well. Okay, are you aware of that? I've never heard that before.
Well, I haven't really, but I suppose I would be surprised if the Buddha, was racist. So I don't pretend to know, Buddhist scripture at all. But anyway, we also know that the Buddha never wrote anything himself. It's all other people writing about what they think he might have said. Which is why, in a way, the Abrahamic faiths are the most advanced form of religion, because, it's like, no, it's not just, agreeing to believe in something that may or may not be true. It's like, there's some attempt to say, well, God gave the Torah to Moses, or, revealed the Quran through Muhammad, and then people can say, okay, we'll have a look at it. Does it make any sense? Whatever. And then you get some attempt to analyze the evidence, and I think the jury's still out, aren't they? Because there's some Jews and Muslims who still believe in God, and maybe they do better than people who don't believe in God. Spiritually anyway, even if they don't, own all the wealth.
Yeah, bear with me a second there. I'm trying to cut out the background noise from where I am, so I'll just mute myself for a moment.
Okay, I didn't hear anything anyway. But I think this is quite a good way of reasoning ourselves into believing in God, because I think most people just choose what they want to believe, even if it's sort of stupid, or people can usually come up with a reason, and they'll just say, yeah, I believe the earth is flat because it looks flat, so a lot of beliefs are based on some moral choice to follow a particular set of laws or not. So if you do decide to, okay, if you are gay, you're not going to say you believe in God, are you? Because it just wouldn't, it wouldn't make sense, to be gay and then say I believe in God, because then you'd be, concerned about being punished. So in a way, it's a lifestyle choice. And if you reduce it to that, then I think it becomes clear what we ought to do, and and how some lifestyle choices are not good for the long-term national interest or the environment or whatever. And anyway, I think most choices are political and moral.
So what do you think with regards to, have you been following this Batley election thing?
Well, not really. I guess. When is it? Has it come and gone? I don't even know.
I don't even know. That's something I wanted to ask Jada, but it slipped my mind.
I guess it's still coming up, which is why people are talking about it, and they're saying Labour must not win because they've been horrible to Muslims or something like that. So I guess the Tories are hoping to take it. For some reason, the Tories are always accused of Islamophobia, and Labour are always accused of anti-Semitism.
I think it's probable that George Galloway will take it, whatever the situation.
Yes. And he'll be MP again to annoy everyone.
Yeah. Yep. Imagine that.
Yes, it's on Thursday, the 1st of July.
Any other famous names taking part, or is it just Galloway and that woman?
Jada Franson.
Jada Franson.
Let me see. So, the quite a few candidates. There's quite a few, gosh. So Anne-Marie Waters is there. Freedom Alliance is there. UKIP is there. Tories. Rejoin EU. Something called the Yorkshire Party, the SDP, Labour, something called Heritage, Monster Raving Loony, English Democrat, Liberal Democrats, Workers' Party, Independent, which is Jada, Alliance for Green Socialism, and something called CPA, Christian People's Alliance.
So not one party calling themselves a Muslim party. Yet there are a lot of Muslims that live in that locale.
But there used to be a Muslim party by somebody called Siddiqui years ago. Have you heard of that? But anyway.
No.
Yeah, but anyway, he died. He was quite vocal, I seem to remember. But yeah, I suppose, Muslims vote, tend to be in the Labour Party, which is probably why the Jews are complaining about anti-Semitism, maybe. Because
they complained when it was Jeremy Corbyn. Now that Keir Starmer's there, there's no complaints.
There now.
Everything's better.
No, because I think Muslims are more forthright in expressing their anti-Semitism than, the indigenous white person.
I think the issue is they're pro-Palestinian. That's really the problem. It's not to do with their being anti-Semitic. Muslims aren't anti-Semitic. They're not. They're taught to respect Jews. But what they don't like to see is what's happening in Israel, which is apartheid and genocide and ethnic cleansing all in one. That's really what they don't like to see. Just like with, we weren't happy with what we saw in South Africa during apartheid. We protest against that, right? So apartheid anywhere, we're against.
Yeah. I remember some years ago, I forget it, somebody called Naz Khan, a female Labour MP, and she just posted this sort of joke, thing about, why don't we have Israel in America? It'll fit in quite nicely. And I thought it was quite a good joke, but she got into trouble with it, didn't she?
Yeah, she's the one that went against Galloway on behalf of the Labour Party.
Oh, now?
No, what was his last seat? Was it Bradford? Somewhere like that. She was the Labour candidate to oppose him, and eventually she won. Because Galloway, when he was the MP, people complained that he didn't actually turn up to his clinics and didn't stand up for his constituency in Parliament. He was kind of like an absent MP.
Right.
Who just sought the limelight. That's probably what he's doing here in this. He uses these public platforms to berate the people in power, which is important as well. But
yeah, people want a decent MP who isn't an absentee MP.
Correct. That's what people want, right?
Well, I just think it's a shame. Like, all this sort of, it's like it's so pointless and so ineffectual. Why don't we just have a one-party state? And because people just get upset. They get interested in in an election, and then and then they get what they want or what they think they want, and it's never what they, and then they get angry and cynical, and then they hate the government.
Have you ever spoken to Sidney Winston?
Never heard of him.
No. Okay. He's an American Jewish atheist as well, like a combination. Don't know how that works, but.
So, what's he famous for? What is his big idea?
I'm not sure if he's famous, but I've spoken to him on a few panels online. I was wondering if you came across him.
Oh, right. What was his view?
Strange. Well, he's pro-Israel, yet he's an atheist. Yeah.
I guess anyone Jewish would be pro-Israel, unless they're so.
So that means they believe that Jewish people are God's chosen people. Now, how can you believe you're God's chosen people if you're an atheist? Right? Because you don't believe in God as an atheist. If you recognize the Jewish people as a separate ethnicity, what makes them different?
Well, as far as I understand it, Theodor Herzl was not a religious Jew. He just said, well, we're being persecuted left, right, and centre in Christian Europe. We really should have somewhere, to go to. And I suppose the idea was, once upon a time we did have a state of our own. And a few places were proposed, like Uganda and Birobidzhan, and all kinds of places where.
There was somewhere near Korea. I've forgotten the name of that place. You know what I'm talking about? Somewhere near Japan or Korea.
I actually don't know about that. But obviously, ideally it would be Israel, and it just so happened that the British, were in charge there. And then they lost the war. Well, they kind of won, but it was a very Pyrrhic victory, and they couldn't hang on to their empire anymore. And when they went, it's like, here it is. Since we can't hold it anymore. Because they just had to retreat from all their colonies, from India, because they just couldn't manage it anymore, having lost confidence of their subject peoples. Because the fall of Singapore was, a blow to their morale. And then, if you see any of the pictures of British prisoners of the Japanese, prisoners of war of the Japanese, they look no different to the emaciated inmates of the, in the concentration camps of Nazi Germany or Poland. They were just as emaciated as, concentration camp inmates. But in a way, you kind of expected that. It's like, well, there were food shortages, and you would expect, prisoners of war to be, worked, and perhaps even worked to death.
Some people in the chat I try not to ignore their comments because that's why they watch. They interact. But there's a question that's being asked. They're saying that what you do, if you look at your profile picture, you try to give the impression that you're a Muslim to those who you interact with on non-Muslim channels, especially by using a picture like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason for doing so?
Well, I think it's sort of consistent with the brand imagery of selling secular Quranism.
But as a non-Muslim, why would you want such a thing?
Well, just to give my idea an Islamic branding, which I cannot escape from anyway, because it is based on the Quran. But then I just, I'll just have to keep explaining that I'm agnostic, and it's possible to arrive at Islam through reason alone if you want to choose a religion from scratch if your Christianity has failed. And I think Muslims should be more supportive, particularly Muslims living in the West, instead of just saying, oh, unless everything is our way, we won't support you, and because really,
why would a Muslim want the West to adopt the Sharia? Shouldn't they want the Sharia in the East?
Well, if they want to live in the West, they don't want to lose their Muslim identity. They don't want to. I suppose
you're saying that the West. Sorry.
Well, I'm saying that the West is in trouble. So anyone who lives in the West should be concerned.
Yeah. So what you're really saying then is that the West should look at Islam as the solution to its problems right now. I guess Gordon Brown said something similar, didn't he? With the economic crisis or the debt, what was it called? The credit crunch crisis, 2008. He said capitalism has failed. We need to find some viable alternative, and that's when you started hearing more and more about Islamic finance. And I suppose if you're dealing in finance, you want a mortgage. You can choose different types of mortgage, and one of those options is an Islamic mortgage. Mm-hmm. So maybe you can propose it in that way that, well, there are different systems for running society. There's communism, there's, I don't know, liberalism. Why not choose, let's try an Islamic compatible system. Let's call it secular Sharia or something like that. Maybe that's one way.
I mean, the abolition of usury is, well, I don't know if you know that Hitler himself actually said we must, stop it. And he was writing in Mein Kampf that the stock market was also, usurious. And, but when he got into power, he couldn't give it up because he wanted to finance his wars, his imperialistic wars. So, and so he basically banned it for ordinary people, but the German government, the Nazi government, continued using it because wars need to be financed, and I think that is also the problem of wars, because if you can get somebody clever enough to, practice war finance, which means borrowing money without causing massive inflation and getting the people to overthrow you, like they did in the French Revolution, you get away with your imperial wars. So because you somehow armies are expensive. You somehow need to get people. You need to find enough supplies and men to do it for you. And I think Cromwell, was doing quite a lot of stuff in Northern Ireland, and maybe he invited the Jews back in order to finance it, to help him finance his wars against the Irish.
Yeah, I remember there's a program that used to be on the BBC. It was what the Tudors did for us and what the Romans did for us. It's like a person who would go through new technology that was developed through different periods of time.
Do remind us. I have a
Yeah.
vague memory of it, but I can't.
Yeah, on one of those episodes, he talked about how we ended up using cash in our society. Trying to remember the details of the show, but it was from wartime. And the money lenders were lending money to the king at the time, who had no choice but to lend money or borrow money, because he would have lost the war. I'm trying to remember which war it was and which king it was. That's how we ended up getting cash, which meant you would. It was a promise to. It wasn't an IOU. In other words, it was a promise to pay a certain amount of money. So once you
war bonds or something.
Yeah.
War bonds or something. So,
yeah, I'll have to try and find that show again, but it was really interesting. But it shows the how war. If you don't take this debt in order to win your war, they'll finance the other side, and then you'll lose inevitably.
Yeah.
So.
There was actually a very good stream today by somebody called Jan who had somebody speaking about usury. I don't know if you follow him. I'll find it for you, but it was actually quite interesting. And the thing is, I think secular Quranism would be quite an attractive proposition if you say, to governments and individuals who are in debt, that if you adopt it, you can default on your debts.
We already have a system for defaulting on debts. If you have like personal credit, the only debt you cannot default on is if you owe money to the government. But if you own like credit card debt, etc., or debt to the banks, you can default on those.
And the thing is, then you rebase your currency, rebase and start from zero again, and call your currency something else.
But that's what is not being allowed to happen with our economy. That's what should have happened in 2008. Instead, they just printed more money and continued the game.
Yeah. But eventually people will just say, well, I'm not going to lend you any money because we don't think you'll ever pay it back, so we're not lending you anymore. It could happen.
Then our whole economic system is based on lending money and debt.
Yeah.
So there's no other option but to force people to borrow money.
Yeah, unless you just say, we're not doing it anymore. And actually the video which I'm going to post in the private chat for you is quite vivid about all the other unintended bad consequences of usury, about how it makes the economy unproductive and makes people want to cheat and adulterate food and just do bad things because they can't keep up with having to pay the interest, kind of thing. I'm not sure I understand everything that well, but maybe if you watch it, we can discuss it the next time we talk. Yeah, it's called Islamic Finance Explained: Wisdom Behind Prohibition of Riba, with Almir Kolan.
Is he a Turkish chap?
I don't actually know. He's a director of the Australian Centre for Islamic Finance, and CEO at Olive Investment. So he's got some up and running financial package or something. Yeah. But I mean, that was the most interesting stream about usury that I'd seen, explaining it, in terms that, ordinary people can understand about buying property and how money should and shouldn't be used and everything. It's about just over an hour, but I thought it was very good. And obviously, if you didn't have usury, you wouldn't have the boom bust cycle. The economy would be more stable. There wouldn't be so much inflation, because a lot of inflation is the government inflating, oh, its debt away, which was what caused hyperinflation in Weimar Germany, because of the money they had to pay for the war. The Germans had to pay for the war, and they thought, well, we'll just inflate the currency and pretend we paid it off, while impoverishing the middle class.
I think the one of the big problems is inflation will happen anyway, but yeah, as you said, it's exacerbated with interest. In fact, government uses interest or interest rates to counter the effects of inflation. So it's like a tool. If you've got inflation, they'll raise interest rates to counter inflation and make it less enticing to borrow money. People will rather put their money in the bank and collect interest that way. So, but what was I trying to say now? I'm kind of losing my track.
You say interest rates has its uses for controlling inflation.
Well, that's how it's been used traditionally since Keynes. That was the Keynes method for using interest rates to control inflation. Mm-hmm. However, the problem with that is that who decides when interest rates should go up and down? What we have found has actually happened is that politicians are incentivized to keep interest rates low so that inflation is relatively high as often as possible to encourage spending business. and business,
easy money,
and to keep people employed, and therefore people will vote for them. Now, if there's a lag in the economy, there won't be enough jobs. People will stop spending. Businesses will not be hiring, and therefore they won't get votes in the economy because the economy is not doing well, so to speak. So what you have is interest rates. Instead of the market being able to adapt, it does need time. It's like when you breathe, right? You inhale, you use that air, but then you exhale, and that period of exhaling, there's no movement. Like with a car engine, there's a slight lag, and that's the recovery period. And the economy is not being allowed to recover because it's constantly being fed with money, with inflation, which is causing inflation. And so since 2000, normally there used to be a crash every 10 years, but since 2008, we haven't had another one. In fact, we almost did. And it normally starts in Asia first. And so a big crash happened in the markets in Asia. And in the UK and the US, they cut the internet connection. I'm not joking, I'm not exaggerating. They physically cut the internet connection because they didn't want the markets in Europe, they didn't want to have a worldwide crash. I don't know what they did to prevent the crash besides cutting the internet connection, but somehow that's what happened. So, the problem really is politicians controlling the economy and not allowing it to recover, shall we say? Or to reset.
And for the people who made bad investment decisions to suffer the consequences, which means they kind of carry on in the bad old ways, thinking they're invulnerable and too big to fail.
But the problem is, it's going to reach a point where there is no avoiding it. And what happens then?
And
that's what the politicians are doing.
Worse.
Yes, and that's what they say when people talk about kicking the can down the road, leaving it for the next politician to deal with once they get voted in. That's pretty much the situation. So think of a patient who has a wound and there's blood leaking out of the wound. Instead of sealing the wound, what the government has done is left that wound open and just continued pumping the body with extra blood. Eventually, your blood supply is going to run out. Then what? Well, they say, well, let's just keep supplying it with blood until, we'll let the next doctor worry about that.
And I think democracy creates this short-term view, saying, well, we won't be the ones that's holding the baby, somebody else will. So as long as we get away with it, we'll do it. Well, countries like China, it's like they don't think like that. They do think of the national interest. They do govern not just for the people in China currently alive. They think they govern also for the next generations that they will never meet. They do think in those terms. And and then they were just saying, ooh, they must have cheated. They caused COVID, and it's like they're just rationally governed compared to us.
They're really thinking long term, aren't they? Strategically.
And they try to hire. They attract the best people in their party. It's like you want to join the CCP. You better make sure you have the best qualifications, and there'll be extra exams, and there'll be party training school, and all kinds of stuff. And
competition is like tough out in China. I mean, the population is so large. So, for example, the Stradivarius, is it called the Stradivarius, the violin? Yeah, there's like, I can't remember if it's 1 million or 10 million Stradivarius violins every year that they make just for the Chinese, because there's so many students in various, like if you go to a regular high school in China, the class has 2 or 3 levels. Classroom, it has 2 or 3 balconies, right? And 80 students in the class at least, because it's such a large population. They do things on a large scale. There's only so much competition you can do with against the Chinese, but I think the Chinese
don't tolerate unmarried mothers. They don't tolerate them.
They've reached a point now that they've become too strong, and they're going to be taken down. I think the West has decided it's time to take China, get rid of them. Well, that's what the G7 party was about, apparently, how to get rid of China.
But the thing is that the divisions within the G7, in that Germany really wants to trade with Russia. And buy cheaper fuel from Russia. Every G7 country has its own geopolitical interests, and if America is getting weaker, people will the G7 nations will be more likely to go their own way, because that's what always happens. We'll only do the thing if we think you're going to really sort us out. But if you're weakening, then and sometimes you just have to go with your geopolitical interests. Australia, New Zealand, know that China is the most powerful power in that region, and they don't think America's going to protect them. And this sort of silly trade deal between Britain and Australia, shipping all that stuff, across half the world, to Britain. I think that's going to be a bit, difficult and expensive. So Britain, I don't know what Britain's going to do, but I guess I like the idea of an Islamic European Union with the EU directives on, Quranic principles and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, I think people. There's just so much in it to make things right again, because a lot of the things that the government doesn't make any sense at all, which is why people feel uneasy, because it doesn't make sense. And then they can't explain themselves either, because they shut you up if you try to ask questions.
Yeah, man. It's fascinating anyway. So are you going live tomorrow?
Probably not in the morning, but actually probably not. Were you planning to be around?
Yeah, if I see somebody's live, I'll check the channel out. I usually check out Ralph's channel. I usually see you there as well, so
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yes.
I noticed that there's a bit of friction now between. I noticed in the beginning you and Ralph seemed to get on fine, but I feel the audience on Ralph's channel, they seem to be a little bit impatient with you. They don't particularly like you, and they're pressuring him to also dislike you. But I think
they don't like
yeah,
secular Quranism.
I don't know what it is they want, but
No, they don't. I mean, it's like the people who just won't mention me, or they mention me, but not this horrible idea, and they go on about it because they hate it so much. It's like, yeah, I thought about it in 2009, and you haven't thought of anything better, but you still want to suppress my idea. Okay, I get it. And the only thing you prefer better is something you're not allowed to say on YouTube.
So do you understand what the NRX is then? Or is that still something that's
yeah. Well, it's not. Okay, it's not something he's going to tell us because it's all about algorithms and computers and whatever, but it's a methodology as far as I can understand it. So he's saying, if you, a political party, buy my digital platform, whatever, you're going to win the election, and I will have all this data which will be analyzed and manipulated in a way that will win you the election, is what I understand Ralph to be saying.
Yeah, but that's a service he's trying to provide, right? And I suppose that's how he'll make money and be relevant. The question is, what's the NRX thing about? What does that mean?
Oh, neo-reactionary. Which I guess means social conservatism and nationalism, but we don't want to say the word in case it triggers you. That's what I think it means. And yeah, Ralph and I were kind of arguing about. Well, I was saying, what are its principles? And he would tell me, and then it was like, well, we don't want to declare any principles in case it, we give a hostage to fortune. And I'm saying, actually, secular Quranism is full of principles, so people know what we're supposed to stand for, and what's going to happen in their brave new world if they, if they want to think about it, because obviously I would have to, because of the Quran is a kind of manifesto, right? That people will know, so they won't be thinking, oh, what does this really mean? It's like, yeah, you kind of know, really. You don't like the sound of it because it's kind of having to admit that liberalism has failed, democracy has failed, and Christianity is kaput, and it's a bit painful having to admit that, but sooner or later, they'll have to do that because it really is kaput.
Yeah. Well,
yes, it's getting late. I can.
Yeah. No, that's good. Enjoyed chatting today. Thanks for coming on, and big up to Domingo as well. This guy makes me laugh.
Yes, it was a very long call of nature.
Yeah. Who knows what he ate this evening, hey? To keep him there for so long.
Yes. Oh, all right then.
Yeah, so big up yourself, Claire. Thanks for jumping on.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll speak
Thank
again
you
soon.
for being so welcoming. Okay. Take care. Good night.
Worries. No worries.
Bye-bye.
Okay then. Bye-bye. Enjoyed the show. We have some great guests. Yeah, it's just me now. Now, just before I go to bed, I'm not going to go to bed. I'm staying up for Fajr.
What was I looking for? Sorry, I can't share my screen from my phone. Otherwise, I'd show you the Daily Mail website, which is what I'm navigating to on my other browser. Now, can you hear me okay when I go to my other browser? Please confirm. Can you all hear me? Okay, anyway, the Daily Mail. The first story says, yelling thugs grab Chris Whitty, harass the worried-looking chief medical officer in terrifying park confrontation. Husband. Oh, she was married. Wow. So she's going to make a go of it with Matt Hancock. No sound. So when I was on the other web browser, it doesn't allow me. Basically, a couple of stories on the Daily Mail website. The first story was about Chris Whitty. You know Chris Whitty, the chief medical officer of the United Kingdom, who would stand at the podium and tell us about, these terrible death count numbers. Seems like somebody found him in a park and put him in a headlock. All right. I don't know what that's about, but he got put in a headlock, it says. It's the same guy. I don't know if you all saw that video of a young Ute who saw Chris Whitty when he was lining up to get some food from a street market. And he said, "You're that guy, innit? You're my man. You're that dude from TV." I don't remember what he said, but, he was using language like London youth use. The second story was about Matt Hancock. His partner, the one that he's been cheating on his wife with, Coladangelo, I think is how you pronounce her name. Anyhow, she's married. Did you know that? Did you know she's married? Well, it turns out her husband is a millionaire and she's splitting from him. She wants to make a go of it with Matt Hancock. So she's leaving her millionaire husband to go and try and have a long-term relationship with Matt Hancock. Who knows? They may appear soon together on Strictly Come Dancing. What do you reckon? I bet you there will. I bet you will see Matt Hancock on Strictly Come Dancing one day. This is a joke, I tell you. It's a joke. Okay, Alpha Omega, I don't know what you're saying over here, so I need to put you in timeout. There you go. Who's this? Hello?
Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Alaikum salam, brother. How's it going?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you? Okay?
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. That's good. What are you up to?
Where you been today?
I was working, akhi. I was working, but I was listening in. I was in and out when that Claire lady was on the panel. That was a bit interesting.
Yeah.
But she's a staunch pro-Israel stance, man. Like, not even accepting that they've got any they've done any oppression. She's literally rejecting it. That's a bit crazy. Never seen that before.
Did you watch the show on Ralph's channel with Jada Franson?
Parts of it. I watched parts of it. You were there. You brought up the Israel thing. That was good. And what do you call it? That going to the mosques thing. And I think she's just adamant that that's nothing wrong. It's just an act of demonstration, like a political, protest kind of thing for a reaction.
Yeah. But I put her into a corner though. She had no escape. Yeah. I said, would you say the same about a Jewish synagogue? She said yes. So yeah, I think
What
that's
is the
going to
deal with
ruin
her?
her.
Is she
Yeah?
like? Is she looking for some sort of like political legitimization or something, like to get a?
Yeah, she's
You know,
trying to start a party, isn't it? She's got this new party. She's trying to get elected locally first and then grow it nationally.
Right. Okay.
And Ralph is probably looking to pick her up as a customer that he can sell data to.
What is her? So her political ideology is the same as Ralph's right now, or is it getting more closer to Ralph's compared to the previous one she was on with what's his name, Paul Golding and that?
She claims to be an ethnic nationalist. At the same time, she's being Bible bashed by Christians to force her to be a Christian nationalist. So she's trying to play two camps. But what, I don't know. Yeah, that's the sort of corner she's fighting there.
Okay. Is
Now,
Ralph's
is that the same?
beliefs the same as that?
I don't know. I really don't know. I think Ralph is about business, to be honest. That's what I think.
What, developing some algorithm thing for the government?
Yeah,
or some shit?
he wants to make money from whoever it is. So yeah.
Okay.
But
Okay, fair enough.
he's friendly enough. Like, I think Ralph really recognizes that any goal that the far right may have, or the traditionalists have, of preserving English values is not going to be achievable without Muslims. Okay. Firstly, if you do it the traditional way with trying to demonize Muslims, well, the Muslims are going to vote for Labour. Okay?
Yes.
Which means they will never get to power because Labour is always going to win.
Yeah.
So the only option is if you stop attacking Muslims, okay, just leave them alone. Leave Muslims alone. Then you can fight Labour and the Tories on their own other topics, and you may get more votes. That's really, I think, his approach, which I support. Okay. I support it. I support that. Leave Muslims alone, and I don't support Muslims who are trying to force Britain, who are trying to force themselves onto Britain.
Right? Oh yeah, ALM like people.
Yeah, don't force yourself to be accepted here, no. Right? Especially if you're a refugee immigrant. Look,
okay.
Consider yourself a guest. You know, work your way into the society through the normal process. And if the people want you, they want you. If they don't, they don't. A Muslim's goal should be to live in a Muslim land. Why do you want to force yourself to be in a non-Muslim land? Why do you want to force people to accept the Sharia? We want the Sharia in a Muslim land first, don't we? That's the sort of thing, the way I'm looking at it.
Okay, no, that makes sense. But with Ralph's political ideology, say if it was to be successful and implemented at a state level, what would then be the reality for the Muslims in that state? Like, how would it? Because I heard something on Veli Vision's channel earlier, and I think it was Jupiter or one of them crazy lot. They were talking about Ralph having Jada on and about Ralph's ideology, and they're quite like, you know, nationalistic type. Anyway, them lot over there, Jupiter and these lot, whatever.
But they're not, are they? They're not. They claim to be civnats, right? Civic nationalists, meaning you don't have to be ethnically English to be a British person.
You just have to have
at the same time, no, they apply that concept except for Muslims. If you're a Muslim, then you're not welcome to be a citizen. So they demonize Muslims all the time. Yeah. Why is it one group is demonized? Why just the Muslims? Yeah, why is a Sikh considered to be a British person but not a Muslim?
That's true. You can't even say it's about values and stuff, because even Sikhs, they are accepted in British society in another way compared to Muslims, easier, but they have Hindus. Different values and morals as well. They have different,
or Kemet people, you know, these African spiritualists. Then
Yeah.
why are they considered acceptable to the Tommy movement, but not Muslims? What are the common values
True.
there?
True.
So I wouldn't call it race. Well, maybe they are racism. They are racist because when they say Muslim, they don't really mean Islam, so to speak. They mean people
The
from
Muslims.
Asia. Is really what they mean. Asians.
Yeah.
Now, they would say the same thing about Sikhs, but the problem is the Sikhs have allied themselves with the EDL and funded them.
Okay. Okay.
And they're not a large enough number that they would say, okay, we have to get rid of them. There's a lot more Muslims than there are Sikhs, so therefore they'll be tolerant of Sikhs as long as they're on board.
Okay. That makes sense. But that can never
That's why
work
you
for
have.
Muslims.
That's why you have Sikhs, the friends of the EDL, or they call.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that. That's interesting. But no, they were saying over there that, Ralph doesn't see Islam to be a problem and stuff, this, that, and the other. And then one of them said that that's because in his ideal political envisionment, whatever, Muslims don't exist. There won't be any Muslims in his, ideal state. You understand what I mean? Like if it was
Good.
successful politically,
What's wrong with that?
how would there be no Muslims? Like, would that mean, like ethnic cleanse the Muslims or like flipping?
Yeah. Why are Muslims living in non-Muslim countries? Shouldn't Muslims be living in a Muslim land?
Yeah, but you can stay for like business or da'wah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but then you're not. That doesn't mean you're a citizen, does it?
We are by default citizens of wherever we're born, though. That's just how society works now. Wherever you're born into, you're a citizen of that country.
So a Muslim shouldn't they do hijrah?
Ideally, yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
Like if a Muslim was born in Mecca, at the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they would have done hijrah to Medina.
That's true.
Because they were living in a Kafir country. Even if they were born in Mecca, they still did hijrah.
Yep, that's true.
This is the lie. Sorry, not the lie. The mirage of living in Western secular society. Muslims think that they're accepted.
That's true.
They're not.
But
this isn't where Muslims belong.
But we are here.
No,
That's the problem, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and if we have there are political movements that have these sort of like ideologies, like let's say even a lot of the Muslims do decide to do hijrah, yeah. Not every Muslim will do hijrah, and then if they're left in a state that is like, for example, politically, on an ethnic cleansing one, like somewhat. So is it socialist? I think is it socialism or something. I don't know. That type of government, then they're pretty much.
Hopefully we can make, if the Muslims have a homeland, somewhere they can do hijrah to, they can negotiate a treaty. And that treaty will say any Muslims that are living in your land and unable to migrate, they should be allowed to live peacefully. It happened at the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? The Quraysh had terms, the polytheists of Mecca had terms in an agreement with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And they were unfair terms to some extent, but they were agreed. Right, so if somebody migrated from Medina to Mecca, that was acceptable. But if somebody migrated from Mecca to Medina, they were to be returned. The Muslim had to be returned to the mushriks. Okay? So that wasn't. Some people thought that was unfair. Okay.
Okay, I understand. Okay.
So we're saying at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, they went through all of that hardship that they went through to migrate, but we want to live comfortably in the dunya. We love the dunya too much, bro. That's true. And if that's what they want, if people want to migrate for the dunya, there's even a hadith about it in Sahih Bukhari.
Yes.
إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ.
If you migrate to get married, if you will migrate for the sake of Allah.
Yeah.
Just want
that. Muslims don't want to hear it, bro. They don't want to hear it. We claim to be Muslims and pious and practicing. And you get some Muslims talk about jihad and khilafah and this
Yeah.
and that. But this is what we're talking about, right? Islam. Go into a Muslim land. They don't want it. Muslims don't want a Muslim land. And then you get the refugee immigrant Muslims who want to force the West to accept them as British.
Yeah.
But in their own countries, they would never accept foreigners as citizens.
No, they wouldn't.
It's double
But
standards, bro.
what would be a good political solution for the Muslim countries? So you're saying like for the Muslims to make hijrah, they should make hijrah to a Muslim land. But a lot of the people,
What has Israel done, right? What have the Jewish people done? They established a homeland for Jewish people.
Yeah.
It's called Israel. That's what they've
Yes.
done. And it doesn't distinguish between a Jew of, Moroccan descent or a Jew of Israelis.
Reactionary.
Yeah.
You cut out there.
Oh, that's it. They're all considered Israelis.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're united by the heritage
Yeah.
or race.
Can you tell me a Muslim land that you can go to, regardless of your ethnicity or heritage, and you're considered an equal citizen?
No, you're not. That's why I asked you that question.
Mm.
The reason why I asked you that is because of that. If you go to another country, say if you go to Turkey, or if you go to Egypt to live there somewhere, you will be treated as a foreigner. It's not very centralized. But I think if the Muslim Brotherhood was successful when Morsi came into power, if they were successful and they did, whatever, change the system from within the system, that sort of approach, then there would be some form of centralization of uniting as a ummah, and the countries in which that would have a Muslim Brotherhood government, part of the Muslim
But it was
Brotherhood.
derailed, bro. It was derailed,
It was.
Don't forget who David Cameron visited Egypt shortly after.
Did he?
And yeah. And he sat with the military.
Okay.
And then shortly after that, the Saudis embargoed them and stopped selling them oil and all that kind of stuff. And then the population got fed up because they couldn't live in those circumstances. And then he got rid of. SubhanAllah.
Okay. That's interesting. But I don't know, man. That's the issue there. Where should you migrate to, number one? And you pretty much raised the point in itself that there is no, you will be treated as a foreigner.
There is nowhere.
Yeah, there is no.
There is
Even
nowhere.
Saudi. Like I was watching the video, of like how some Khalijis were treating a Bengali Muslim brother, and it was disgusting. Wallahi, it was really vile. It was really vile, racist. Like proper. You'd be thinking like, Subhanallah. This is unbelievable.
Yeah. They got a bit of money and now they look down on the rest of the ummah.
Yeah.
It's awful, bro. Awful.
Unfortunately, that's the case. Whereas if a government like Muslim Brotherhood would have succeeded in their political outcome, it would be a very different situation for the ummah. Because originally it was a nationalist approach, innit? Against the Ba'athist, pan-Arabism. So it was a different opposing political ideology, which was obviously different in this, in its asal. It wasn't really democratic at that time, but still, like, that narrative was there that it's nationalist type, because that pan-Arabism is nationalism, isn't it? Ba'athism.
Yeah.
But yeah.
What's going on with Faz and everyone else? Is everyone resolved have they all resolved their issues now, or is it still?
I haven't spoken to Faz or any of these lot. I haven't been on calls. I was working, and then I don't think he went live. No, I wasn't. He didn't go live. So I was just doing my own thing. I just saw you were live. I was in and out of your thing earlier, listening into Claire and
Okay.
but I hope they resolve their issues. It's like it's reached to a very, like, this is subhanallah, like, people are getting affected in their real lives, innocent people, and this is dhulam. It's dhulam, man. What else can you say? And it's sad. They need to fear Allah, because There's a hadith of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He says that the one who saves his brother, his Muslim brother, from a calamity, Allah will save him from a calamity or the calamity on the Day of Judgment. And this is the opposite, because they are literally putting their Muslim brothers and sisters into further calamities, and it's not correct. It's a very jahili approach. But you know, what can you do? Over the internet, seriously, subhanallah. Yeah, that's mad. I've had my fair share of ups and downs with you, bro. I think that's fair to say. But I would never want to wish harm upon you or any Muslim or anything like that. And you know what I mean? Like, there's been, we've had a bit of ups and downs, haven't we, reactionary? But I still respect you.
Maybe you have, but I've been fine. I have no issues with anybody.
There's been a couple of times where you've been a bit unreasonable with me, I would say, but I don't hold anything in my heart against you. I do love you for the sake of Allah, and you're a very good brother.
May Allah love you, and and all the Muslims. I don't understand why people get. Why I suppose if somebody gets their mum insulted online, they're gonna want to see that person in real life. That's understandable, right?
Yeah.
Because whether it's online or in real life, it's the same effect. You're insulting someone's mother, and you're. Now I don't know what happened to cause somebody to go drive 4 hours to someone's house and knock on their door. I don't know what. And what is that? What is knocking on? Why would you drive 4 hours to knock on someone's door and then drive away?
I know what you mean.
Puzzling as well. That's it? That's what you're going to do? Just knock on someone's door? I don't know, mate. I don't know.
No, you're right, man. This is unacceptable. Regardless of, fair enough, people swear at people's mothers. I mean, like, even ahead of that, people make takfir on each other on the internet. That don't mean you react to every single thing that someone says to you on the internet. You can just choose to ignore them or whatever, or just don't surround yourself around people like that. If you're that weak that you can't handle the internet, if you can't handle it, you shouldn't be on it, really. If you're that soft or weak, whatever. That's why, like, why do we not go to, environments where, the Messenger of Allah is being insulted? Because we know what we're going to expect. And we just don't put ourselves in those situations. So if you feel a certain way about someone, don't.
And when the Prophet ﷺ was being assaulted online by these nasty kuffar, disgusting, najis people, why didn't you turn up to their house?
Exactly, though. That's a very valid point. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not encouraging that. I don't advise anyone to go to anyone's house, so I don't support it at all. But you've got a very valid point there, reactionary. That's, not for these Islamophobe people that insult the Messenger of Allah. Is your honor more worthy?
Some guy went to Speaker's Corner, threw the Quran on the floor, and stamped on it. Where was the outrage, bro?
Exactly.
I didn't hear a single Muslim condemn that from the Speaker's Corner community. Show me one person that condemned that, bro. Just a couple of people maybe that we talked to on here.
Yeah.
It was just silence, bro. Radio silence.
No, you're right, man. They're angry for the wrong reasons. That's what it is. Even one could argue the case of the Abu Layth thing. The people that went to Abu Layth's house, they went due to him, what he said about the Palestinian people, not about what he said about Islam. And again, that was disgusting and vile as well. Going to someone's house, that's messed up, man. Inside the house, literally scaring the kids, that's totally messed up. But even the people that did that, what was the reason why they did it? For the ghira for Islam? No. Over a banner, over a flag. It's pretty much, yes, the oppression of the Muslims, but it doesn't justify going to somebody's home and into the, like there's a hadith of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when this is for just when you're visiting your friend, whose house you're going to, that you knock 3 times, and if after the 3rd knock no one answers, and wait for a period that is in between, like reading 4 rakat, so if just around that much time, and then go away.
Well, there's a hadith, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm making a mistake, it says لا تدخلوا الجنة حتى تحابوا ولا تحابوا no لا تدخلوا الجنة حتى تؤمنوا ولا تؤمنوا حتى تحابوا.
Mhm.
Right? So none of you will enter paradise until he has believed, he's become a person of Iman. And none of you will achieve Iman. Well, none of you will be a believer until
Love me.
what? Until you love each other. حتى تحابوا comes from the word hub, love. Until you love each other. And then he said, shall I not show you the way, the thing that if you do it, you will love it, it will cause you to love each other. ألا أدلكم على شيء إذا فعلتموه تحاببتم أفشوا السلام بينكم. Spread the salam amongst yourselves.
Subhanallah.
Very simple. Just give each other salams, bro. And that means if you're going to fall out and have an argument, say Assalamu alaikum. Depart. You know?
Yeah. Don't have. I know. No,
Don't force yourself on each other. Just move away. So the salam is what will cause you to get iman and to love each other, to get iman and enter into Jannah. Very
Well, that
simple
is what
hadith.
unites us, you know, the fact that we have iman and we should love each other. Isn't there even a hadith of I think there was a sahabi carrying a spear in the masjid, and he was instructed to hold it from its from the arrow part, from the metal part, instead of the other part, in case it would point at another believer, and I can't even point in another believer. I think the full hadith says unless shaitan was to give you fitna, or something, for you to attack your Muslim brother or something, but it signifies.
Yeah. A Muslim is safe from his brother, from his hand and from his tongue.
That's another hadith as well. That's correct. So
from his hand and from his tongue. And when you say Assalamu alaikum, what does it actually mean? You know, the meaning of Assalamu alaikum. It means you are safe from my hand and from my tongue. That's what it means.
It's a sign of aman, it's a sign of like peace, isn't it? Obviously. You're saying, may peace be upon you. So obviously, then why would you hit someone?
Well, when you it's not just peace, really. It's more, you're safe. It means you're safe. That's really what it means. You're safe from my hand and tongue. Assalamu alaikum. You're safe. I'm giving you my safety. What's peace? Peace means no harm.
Yes.
And we claim to be Muslims, but why don't
a reaction with your internet's cutting out?
We practice Islam? Why don't we practice these hadiths?
No, you're right, akhi. I think there's a mutual, obviously everyone, because they are Muslim,
Can you hear me?
Hello? Reaction?
Yeah.
What did you say, akhi? Sorry?
I say, can you hear me?
Yeah. Your internet was in and out before. I think there's obviously like that unity of, I'm on about specifically this fitna, yeah? I would hope, obviously, both sides, that whoever's involved, there's obviously like, there are, unless one was to make takfir on another, specifically, there is a, like inside, I would like to hope that there is like, you love these people, they're still your Muslim brothers and sisters, and you love them for the sake of Allah, and you have some form of wala towards them in aqidah, but you just disputed with them. But to let it reach the level of where, people are being threatened and harassed, and there's slanders being made, and there's like people going to people's houses, mums having heart attacks, and distress being caused, and a big loud commotion online, and distracting the people from, it's too much, it's too
yeah, and we can't blame one side. From the outsider looking in, it seems like if somebody's willing to drive 4 hours to go to somebody, something must have been said that was very upsetting, right? So there's going to be fault on both sides. Yeah.
There is
Somebody provoked somebody. It must have just got worse and worse and worse. And don't forget, there's other parties that are always prodding from the outside, stoking, the flames. And there's a lot of blame. I think the best thing is to just take a step back, take a break.
yeah,
a
man,
break.
best way, get out of this fitna.
Mm.
Look, I'll be honest with you, reactionary, yeah. I'm
Mm.
not wanting to like talk about the fitna in its depth, but I can talk to you in private if you want. But what I know from the situation, what was happened for the reaction of them driving 4 hours down was, I don't believe, justified. Do you want to know what it was really?
Not really, no.
Okay, well, you can read the back chat if you want. It's
Yeah.
literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words in a sentence. That's literally what happened. Read the back chat in this
That's
room.
it. Yeah, that's it.
That is it. Wallah.
Okay.
That is the root cause of it. And there was meant to be an apology done, which didn't happen. And because of that, that's why, like, when I heard of it, reactionary, like, I had, I respected the sister. And I spoke to the brother as well, her husband. And I had actually good interactions with him. I'm not going to lie to you. He was always talking Quran and Sunnah, giving nasiha, and it was beneficial. And, but, I wouldn't, like, I had respect. I didn't expect it. I was very disgusted when I heard that. Because I was on the call at that time, yeah. I didn't know anything was going on. I was recording business or this is public or whatever. I was just on the call. I happened to be there. And when, that person, said that what they did, I was literally like, I'm very disappointed in you. I didn't expect that from you, And I can be very unreasonable online sometimes. I can be a dickhead sometimes, And and that's me really, like, subhanallah, like, that is very disappointing to hear that you actually justify it. It's a shock. Like, you have morals, you have principles. Of course, yes, we take our morals and principles from Islam, from the Quran and Sunnah. However, reactionary, it is part of our identity that we are raised in a certain environment, have a certain ethnic background, and these are all contributing factors to our personality and our character, and it pretty much shapes us. We take influence over this, and this becomes our morals and our values. I could give the excuse that they are reverts. However, I have spoken to them, and they have, given good nasiha, man. The guy gave me good nasiha. I'm not gonna lie to you, actually. And to see that happen, that's like, it's a line that is crossed, and it is very disappointing and very disheartening, in fact.
Yes, and I don't know, but it's very sad. Hopefully, Faz's family as well. And,
Inshallah. May Allah give his mum shifa, and make it easy for them. And it's sad, especially to your mother. When something happens to your mother, it's quite emotional. It's quite emotionally affecting as well. It's not just something. Your mother is the one that raised you and carried you, and
I don't know what to say, bro. It's hard to say something without sort of involving oneself. Because you say anything, one party is going to be upset with you.
yeah.
So it's really best just to avoid it.
It is. That's why it's a sensitive topic, and that's why I'm saying the solution that I proposed the other day. I don't know if you remember the solution I raised towards this issue. The best solution would be for every single person involved, and because it's so messy, it's not just 3 or 4 people involved. It's at least 10, 15 names that have been somehow involved in this, because this is deep. I've never seen it this deep in my whole time online. You've been online
10,
way
15
longer.
people. Madness, bro. That's mad.
What I'm saying, reactionary, bro, is that there's around 10, 15 people I would say that are involved. And for the solution for this, I think the best solution would be everyone that is involved, whoever, whoever wants to forgive anyone for the sake of Allah, they should forgive them for the sake of Allah, and the rest of them should just, both sides, just walk away and leave this till the day of judgment. This is so messy that don't give it any attention, don't bother with it. It's such a waste of time. Only very low IQ people like Halima Sultan would be interested in entertaining these conversations. Everyone should leave this fitna for the sake of
Bruv,
Allah.
allow the name dropping, bruv.
Okay. Certain people, would only like entertainment from this and would not see the maslaha in leaving it for the sake of Allah, letting it drag and spill onto an online community full of toxicity and negativeness, negativity. They should just leave it to the day of judgment and let Allah judge between you and the one who you believed has oppressed you in the dunya, and you can have your, exchange with the only commodity that is available there, which are good deeds or sins. That's the only solution I can see for this, and that's what I think I'm doing. That's my personal stance, because too much time being wasted on it reactionary, bro. Like, it's just a constant back and forth, and I'd rather just you know how it is, man.
Yeah, I mean, if someone said something like that to your wife, you're not going to take it, are you? You've got some honor.
Of course
right?
not. Yeah, of course not.
But at the same time, how are you letting your wife into an environment where someone can talk to her that way?
Exactly. That's why,
I don't know, bro.
Where do you boil it down to, man? It's like,
yeah.
what I mean? It's like you're literally trying to do fractional distillation of flipping molecules, trying to get the atoms split, but then where do you go to? Who started it? Which atom do you focus on? Do you understand what I'm saying? In that sense, you're trying to break down a compound or a molecule into its individual atoms, and then you're like thinking which one, who started what? Like, okay, yes, if that was my wife, that it was said about a woman, but then why is this married woman? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is she on that? Like, me personally, would I let any of my women? And when I say, in the sense of ownership, my women, I don't mean it in the sense of women, objectifying them, or I'm saying it in the sense of the women I have ghira over, the women that are either halal for me, or I am their mahram, or the women of my household. Would I let any of the women of my household in an environment where this toxicity is going on, or even talk to non-mahram men? No, I wouldn't. This is I wouldn't want anyone to be involved with this online fitna, let alone the woman I'm responsible for. That's a big responsibility on my shoulders, to be responsible for a woman, in charge of her, in the sense of not in a dominant, objectifying of women way, but in the sense of, it's my duty to provide for her, facilitate her needs and wants, and give her house and shelter and food, and be the breadwinner of the household. Would I want that for my women? No. I would protect them from this fitna. Not. Do you understand? And I'm sure I am 100% sure you would also have the same opinion on that, and many Muslims would have that stance, that they wouldn't let their women be in that type of environment. But then also you got to balance it out with what was said. Would you take that for your wife? No, you'd be enraged. It's totally understandable, but it's
I mean, it's a little bit easier to understand when the Muslim women online are single, right? Because there's no male, maybe there's nobody to feel them. What's the word? Yeah, I figured it. I'd rather not talk about it. Best to be quiet. But yeah, let's just, and and also from our side as single men, if we know a woman's married, we shouldn't be talking to her. Should we? Shouldn't be talking. It's two parties to blame when it comes to mixing of the sexes.
That's true. I didn't hear the
It's
beginning.
easy to fall into delving into this topic. I think it's better to just leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna.
That is better.
I'm gonna have to jump off, bruv. It's salat time. Shortly.
Inshallah. Big up for
So,
having me on. Jazakallah khair.
yeah, no worries, bruv. Take care of yourself, and
You too.
thanks for your for joining.
Take care. Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching the show, and inshallah we'll catch up soon. All I can say is the online world is a sort of place we should be careful, right? If we're married, why are we online talking to strangers? And if we're single, why are we online talking to strangers too? You know. Actually, yeah, both situations. Anyhow, what can I say? It's also important we do our best to stay away from fitna. Right? What do we do in times? What does a Muslim do in times of fitna? He turns to the obedience of Allah. So he turns to worshiping Allah. That's what a Muslim does in times of fitna. He withdraws from the fitna and turns to the worship of Allah. Fitna is dangerous because everybody can fall into it. It's too easy. It's tempting to fall into it too. The best thing is to leave it alone. Yeah. And then you've got this thing as well where, as the brother said, there's at least 15 people involved, right? That's because there's this concept of the go along, get along gang, right? People want to join a gang to belong, to be accepted. So they'll go along with this group so that they can get along. Just stay out of it. Stay away. You don't need to be involved. Why is that a problem between two people who's involving 15 people? So, yeah, that's pretty much it. Alaikum salam. What else? Yeah, so I was just saying what to do in times of fitna. Stay away from it. As attractive as it is to get involved, stay out and attach yourself to the remembrance of Allah. And that's it. What's good? Is that the real Nicholas or is that a fake Nicholas? I don't know. I have no way of telling if that's a real Nicholas. Alpha Omega says, fitna is often the best learning opportunity. The possibly real, possibly fake Nicholas says, is fitna the topic? Well, it was, and we're trying to avoid the fitna. How can you avoid the fitna? So regardless of what you think is behind the fitna, because when you try to determine who is behind the fitna or what is behind the fitna, you're going to end up taking a side, aren't you? Right? So, or one side is going to ask you, who do you think is to blame? And you're going to end up offending one party. Therefore, you're involving yourself into the fitna. So to me, the best thing is reserve your opinion, just stay out of it. Who cares who's at fault? In fact, both sides are at fault. One person may have contributed to part of it, and the other person contributed to the other part of it. Alpha Omega says yes, but staying ignorant is also not good. All right, let me see. Yeah, there's the link. probably fake accounts there. But yeah, I'm gonna probably jump off shortly. So anyhow, it's been an interesting day. So Alpha Amiga says fitna can be used for good. For real? Hello.
السلام عليكم.
Alaikum salam. Parking tickets. Yes,
كيف
brother.
حالك أخي? How are you? Long time, man.
Yeah, man. You good?
الحمد لله. Yeah. How are you? You okay?
You khatet metu.
وخاتم okay, you brushed up on your Dutch, yeah?
Gaat goed?
Been to Holland again.
No, it's been a while, bro. It's been a while.
Okay. How's everything, man? You decided to go live today, yeah?
Yeah, I had an interesting show earlier. So
Was it like a
An
panel
interesting
or like a
Yeah,
one-on-one or just?
there's been a few people who jumped on. Yeah, had a Christian, a Jew, well, an agnostic. Had a few different people.
Okay, so interfaith dialogue, yeah?
Yeah, various people. What's new?
Wallahi, I don't know, man. Not much, man.
What would you like to tell the public?
What would I like to tell the public? I'd rather use this time to learn from you, man. Every time I get a chance to speak to you, I just like to ask a few questions that be beneficial to me and the viewers, inshallah.
Okay, bro. I read in one of the groups that people were asking you to recite Al-Fatiha. Did you do that?
I accepted their challenge only if they accept my challenge of them reciting a surah of my choice.
Okay.
But
All
I
right.
have to, I can choose who the person is. I nominate Great Dunya. I will. I want Great Dunya to recite a surah of my choice. Now that the official challenge is out there, if he accepts it, then I'll accept it, inshallah. But apparently I'm a Rafidi as well now, you know.
For real?
That's what they're claiming.
There always was something about you. I wasn't sure.
Hey,
you know?
don't do that. Don't do that. No. I'm free from that, man. Ahl Sunnah wa Jama'at. Alhamdulillah. In the way of the Salaf. But for the way some people accuse others from being a Rafidi so easy, makes me question, you know, who else did they call Rafidi in the past?
Yeah.
Very strange. But I have a question though for you. Obviously, pouring la'nat on Muslims is clearly forbidden, right? There's a hadith out there. The Prophet ﷺ said that those that do la'nat on fellow Muslims are not going to be among the shuhada.
Oh, I don't know. Is that a hadith?
Yeah, that's the one I came across.
Okay.
And that is pouring la'nat on the Muslims. Now, obviously, there's also a ikhtilaf among scholars whether you can even pour la'nat on on a non-believer, because Allah knows where
I remember somebody asked. I think it was Al-Fawzan.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's permissible to make dua for Allah to curse shaitan.
Oh wow.
If somebody says shaitan, la'natullahi alayh, that is mentioned by way of information, not by way of active dua. Did you know that?
Okay. No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So to say, may Allah curse somebody, this isn't actually an Islamic act. It's not allowed.
But la'nat is not actually may Allah curse that person. La'nat means may Allah's mercy be removed from you, though, isn't it? That's the misconception a lot.
Well, what's curse? What does curse mean?
Cursed. Curse means that you're cursed by Allah. No? Yeah, you won't have mercy from Allah.
What's the difference then? You just said that's what you just said. La'na means, right, to remove the mercy of Allah. Yeah.
Okay.
Either way, we should avoid cursing individuals.
especially Muslims.
Yeah, definitely. And remember, if you make dua for your Muslim brother, right?
Naam.
The angels say Ameen, and the same for you. So if you ask Allah to curse your Muslim brother, the angels say Ameen, and the same for you. Think about that.
So whatever you give back, yeah, an angel returns it back to you.
And the angel's dua is accepted.
Allahu Akbar. That is the dangers
This
of
is one of the benefits of making dua for your brother in secret, is that the angels say Ameen, and the same for you. When you make dua for your brother in secret, you're making dua for yourself. You don't even realize it. That's one of the virtues of doing that good deed.
Ah, okay. See, I always learn something new when you talk to reactionary, you know, mashallah. I did not know that, you know. I knew that obviously the angels say Ameen, but the same to you? Okay.
Ameen wa laka bimislih. That's what the hadith says in Arabic. The angels say Ameen wa laka bimislih. Laka means and for you. Bimislihi, it means the same or the like.
Yeah, we know in the Quran, Allah does say La'natullah alayya kafirin. But that is talking in general, though, isn't it? Like, it's not talking, yani, fulan, fulan, la'natullah alayhi, fulan, fulan.
It's said by way of information, not by way of dua. Yeah, it's saying that Allah's curse or removal of mercy upon the disbelievers.
And also, la'natullah alayhi.
Why do we give da'wah, bro? What's the point of giving da'wah then, if that's the case? You may as well not give da'wah to someone. You may as well go up to a kafir and say, may Allah's curse be upon you. Goodbye.
Yes, exactly, yes.
But Allah told us to call to Allah's way with wisdom and good speech. Is that what la'na is?
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's why it's good to, yani, we have to educate our Muslim brothers and sisters, yeah, about the dangers of all this because la'nat is making a dua. And if you make a dua and an angel is saying Ameen the same to you, then you could possibly be cursing yourself.
Think about the one who curses somebody's mother. We know that he's actually cursing his own mother, right?
Yes, about the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, yeah. He's cursing his own mother. Yeah, but that just goes to misguided. Well, I won't say misguided. I just think that some people are just ignorant and, oblivious to things. To say that misguided means there's intent of deliberation about it.
Yeah, I suppose it's a way of, if you curse somebody, right, it means you're expressing, you have a real displeasure in your heart towards them, don't you? Right, and you're verbalizing it.
Yes.
But by making dua to Allah against them, that's the wrong thing to do. Why not make dua for them? And in fact, isn't there another hadith, right?
Yeah.
That says, hate the one that you're going to hate, but don't be excessive, because one day there may be somebody you love, right? And love the one you're going to love, but don't be excessive in that love. Perhaps one day there'll be somebody you hate. Do you know this hadith?
No, this is a new hadith. I didn't come across this one.
Yeah, أحبب, I have to search it in Arabic, but it's أحبب حبيبك هونا ما عسى أن يكون يوما ما أو كما قال صلى الله عليه وسلم, something to this effect, right? And it means love to the person you're going to love, or hate the person you're going to hate, but be moderate. Don't be excessive in your hate of somebody. Some people
don't be excessive in your hate for someone, as they could become someone that you love, and don't be excessive in your love, as they could become someone you hate.
Yes.
Okay.
Allah will bring some change in the hearts and bring you together. I think you and I used to be on opposing
yes, we did.
views, right?
Yes, at the beginning, yeah.
But if we were extreme in our hatred, like to this day, we'd be enemies, right? So you need to be
Yes.
you need to be sort of
But
flexible.
see, that's the dangers of believing what other people say about others without having to verify it.
Mm.
Because obviously, when I came on the scene, you was already here, and there was this perception going about you, and I just ran with the narrative that they were saying about you. But then I came to know you for a bit, and I realized that all of what they're saying about this person is the complete opposite. So am I just going to run with that narrative, or just come with my own conclusion?
Mm.
Alhamdulillah, I just came with my own conclusion, and wallahi, that is the dangers of not doing what the Quran commands us to. You know that, especially when news comes to you, it's important to verify it.
Mm.
Because a lot of people they love to backbite and give you opinions about people they dislike, only just to have other people dislike you, join you in their dislike for that person.
Yeah.
And that's very prominent in these hangout scenes.
Mm. In
They
life in
seek,
general, bruv. In life
yeah,
in
of
general.
course, in general, they always seek support in their dislike for someone,
Mm.
and we all fall victim to it.
Mm. That's true. Look at the chat. Is that the real one, or is that a fake?
Reaction, it was good. How you? Oh, you dealt with Jada. That's the real name. I was just chatting to him here.
That's the real one.
You spoke to Jada today.
Yeah, on Ralph's channel. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard what's her name? Zubaida had a chat with her as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she had a good conversation.
Is it me, or has Jada's gone through a political change as well, just like everyone else? She's not moving
It's called
towards
it's called a rebranding. That's what it is. A rebranding exercise to remain relevant. There's no future politically if she doesn't rebrand. So she has to do a sort of
So, but that now
restructuring.
that she branded herself in a more extreme fringe group, though, and she's now leaning towards the FNAT, unless she has fully become an FNAT.
It's interesting. I don't. I'm not sure really. I'm not sure.
If that is the case, then then Tommy Robinson is probably the last man standing, isn't he? On his whole nationalism thing, and
well, Tommy Robinson's what's the word for? Is it oxymoron? I think that's what the word means. You know, when you have two opposites within the same thing, they cannot coexist. Yeah,
exactly.
So he claims to be a civic nationalist, meaning no matter what your ethnicity, you can be British. Yet that applies for everybody except Muslims.
Except Muslims, yeah.
Yeah, and the word Muslim really is a code word to mean all people from an Asian background.
Asian background, 100%. Yeah, these are code words to him.
Yeah,
but he has to remain that because this guy has Zionist backers, and that's probably why he's delayed his rebranding.
Yeah.
At some point, he probably will rebrand.
That was confirmed by Nick Griffin, right? When the BMT was still relevant.
Yeah, they came to him and
by
they
Zionists.
said to him, they said to him, okay, we're willing to support you if you start attacking the Muslims and leave the rest out. And he rejected. And then they went to Tommy and he accepted the same offer.
That's where the money's at, bro. Yeah. And also, don't attack the banks. And that's a question I asked Jada, right, about the banks. Oh my gosh, I was surprised, because she was coming out with this pro-Christian, pro-Bible rhetoric. Yet she's saying that there's no Christian requirement to avoid interest.
Really?
Right? Yeah. So I don't know how, but in the morning, somewhere on my phone, something appeared in front of me, a verse from the Bible which said, and throw the money lenders out of the temple. So I remembered that and I mentioned it to her. Rob, they didn't know what to say.
Oh gosh, they seem like selective Christians, though, don't they? I mean, They like to
Yeah.
pick and choose what they like about their religion, when in reality they haven't studied anything about the religion at all.
So this is what you can see from this is that they're not willing to go against the banks, which is one of the groups that the BNP were warned not to speak against.
Also, Jada is staying silent on the banks.
Yes.
I'm not surprised because, correct me if I'm wrong, does she not have a Jewish heritage? She does, doesn't she? I mean,
Somebody said that in the chat. Somebody from Holland.
she is. Yeah, she's.
Somebody from Holland said that her name is a
She-
Dutch Jewish name.
It is. Yes, it is Dutch. It is a Dutch name. She's a second generation Dutch, Dutch British citizens living in the UK.
Okay.
Her grandparents, I think, were Dutch, Polish, or something, and then they suffered in the Second World War, and she was very adamant about that when she was with the other one. What was the other one called? Britain First, something like that.
Yeah. I asked her about stepping in the masjid with their boots on and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And she said she'll do that to anything that's foreign to this religion, to this country. The only religion that belongs in the UK is Christianity. So then I said, okay, so are you saying that applies to synagogues of Jewish people as well? She said, yes, even the Jew. So she's willing to. Bruv, that's her rebranding exercise ruined, I tell you.
Oh my days.
There's no future for her in the UK after that statement. But she was friendly enough, to be honest. It was a civil. You don't have to be rude to each other to disagree on anything.
So basically, she's not fully FNAT yet, but she's no longer a SIPNAT either. So she's somewhere in between.
Yeah, she banned Tommy Robinson pretty much on the live stream.
Yes, she did,
Yeah.
But she's not Ralph just yet, because Ralph is anti-bank and anti-Jews.
No, she's not. What's that guy's name? She's not Big Potatoes yet.
She's not Big Potato yet.
She's a small potato right now.
Give her time; she'll become. Because I heard the other guy, James. He's become full FNAT as well.
James
you know
Goddard.
Name? Yeah, James Goddard.
Yeah, nobody. That guy is a waste man, complete waste man. Nobody takes him seriously anymore. He hasn't got the right to even raise his voice on any platform anymore.
Why? What's he
just
done?
disappear. Like that time he came on Zubaydah's stream and she gave an opportunity to talk, and then so ban him. He can disappear, bro. Nobody gives a damn about him.
So is that Jada? She's not with that group Britain First anymore.
No.
Have you guys questioned about that?
To be. Look, there's first of all, there's only a certain amount of time, and you can't ask everything you want to ask. There's a lot of people that want to ask questions, so you have to kind of pick and choose your questions a bit and go with the flow at the same time. Just do your best. Hope, and you don't want to scare her away, right? It's not often she comes on these platforms, so
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
If you make life too tough for somebody, they're just going to jump off. So I've got somewhere to be. I'm not coming back. So you got.
So did you make out after speaking to her and listening to what she was talking about? Did you gather she made it clear what her next step is going to be? Is she still going to try her luck at politics?
That's what I wanted to ask, and I didn't get a chance actually. I wanted to ask her about Batley. You know, this election taking place up north in Batley.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to ask her about because I think her name is down for election there. She's not going to win, inshallah, but it's interesting to see what's happening.
I thought she wanted to compete in Scotland somewhere, in the same constituents as the prior First Minister. What's her name, man? Sturgeon or something. Because I saw she showed up at her voting booth, knowing that her name was on there as well. So I don't know if she keeps on.
Guess who else is running in Batley? That's Anne-Marie Waters. She's also running.
Oh, is she? Oh, she's a filthy person as well, man.
She looks like if Tommy Robinson was to have a gender reassignment surgery and become a woman,
that's what she would look like.
He would look like Anne-Marie Waters.
Yes. But the
No
interesting
joke,
about
man.
her, yeah, she was actual a full liberal Labour. I don't know where she made the transition and decided to
Mm.
become what she has become.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Well,
She's more of a nut on the lines of Tommy, right? She doesn't call out the banks or the people.
I think so. Yeah, I don't keep up with these people, but yeah, I imagine so. When
So
you
she's competing
talk
against the Jaden.
yeah, exactly. She's competing against Jada.
Okay. Wow.
You know, who else has got the same name, Jada? Will Smith's wife. Yeah.
Jada Smith, yeah. Will Smith's wife. The one that cheated on him. Entanglement. That was jokes.
That was sad. Yeah, sad to see a man humiliated in such a way. His manhood stripped of him.
Do you think
That his wife.
he was actually humiliated or?
How
I think that
can you be any more humiliated as a man? That you
no, of
sit
course
there
not.
and
No.
listen to your wife tell you how she slept with some young guy. What man does that? May Allah
He lost
protect
his
us.
manhood there. Yes, he did.
That's a loss
I
of manhood.
do.
It's an absence
I
of
don't
manhood
think.
right there.
I don't think that's the first time he found out, though. I mean, they've
Yeah.
spoken about this before, man, and obviously he agreed to having that discussion.
Make it public. Yeah, why would you make
Yes.
such a thing public? Bruv, that's an absence of manhood. That is. What does it mean to be a man? Is that it?
Yeah.
Why even be a man then?
Yeah, but obviously they're looking at they see the money sign in it. They think, okay, let's get some views for the cable, and you know. Do you honestly believe that Will Smith lost his manhood at that moment? Will Smith lost his manhood long before that, mate.
Maybe, but it's not something we can pin down. It's not something we've seen. But
Yeah, for me, he lost.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Will and Jada are in an open relationship, whatever that means.
Open relationship.
Yeah, bro. So you still in the UK or you elsewhere?
Nah, I'm still in the UK. Yeah, still in Birmingham. I wanted to go to Turkey for a while, but obviously they put it on a red list and having to come back.
It's a red list country. Oh, madness.
Yeah,
and then you have to pay for the hotel.
1,700 quid for 10 days.
Of rubbish food.
Don't you think that's a bit excessive though? 1,700 for 10 days.
Of course, bro. Like, well, that's 170 a night, isn't it? That's
170 a night.
Yeah.
And even if you add the all-inclusive in terms of your 3-day meals and your, obviously they are including everything in it. Yeah, that's a bit too much. 170 a night.
And that's even if you're vaccinated. Can you believe it? It's like, what's the point of vaccination then?
Oh yeah, you can't even come into the country until you're vaccinated. No. But obviously, now you can still do the test if you're not vaccinated. And
Ibrahim said, "You're not in Birmingham. You're in Saudi Arabia. That's why you're not mocking Mohammed bin Salman."
Who said that, Ibrahim? Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure what they did this year, though. I mean, they reduced Hajj pilgrimage to only about 60,000 people in it, and it's only to residents.
Yeah, bro, it's madness. It's madness. But I tell you, if you're there, now is the time to do Hajj, because you'll never experience a quiet time like it.
Yes.
Hajj is normally busy.
Yes.
It would be an incredible experience to go and you don't have the crowds.
If only domestic people can go now, though. I mean, international people, they can't come in anymore.
That's true.
When was the last time you did Umrah or Hajj? How many years ago?
About a year ago, I did Umrah. Yeah.
Oh, a year ago. Okay.
Mm. Hajj, it's been a few years, man. Quite a lot of years actually.
Yo, you know your job obviously requires a lot of traveling. Does that mean you're exempt from the hotel thing, or do you still have? Let's say, for example, you have to travel to at countries like Turkey and Dubai onto the red list. They're not even third world countries. So if you were to travel there and wanted to come back, you'd have to go to do quarantine.
I went to Dubai. When did I go to Dubai? In Ramadan, last couple of weeks of Ramadan. I spent 2 weeks there because then I went to the States. I went to the States after Dubai. Now, yeah, Dubai. No, that was it. There was no red list, blue list, or whatever they call that stuff. But when I was in America, the UK introduced this red, amber, and green list.
Okay, that's when they introduced the traffic light system.
Yeah. So instead of going back via Dubai, I went directly from the States to the UK because Dubai was put on a red list and the States was amber. So it just went from amber. That means I could quarantine at home.
Okay.
But then
But how long
you get somebody phone you up, say they actually knock on your house, to check that you're there. It's crazy.
Are you being serious?
Yeah.
Police?
No, some, I don't know, Polish or Czech Republic, or I don't know where she was from. Some on behalf of the Home Office. They go around checking that you're actually at the address that you claim to be at.
What every day over 10 days or just every now and again, unannounced?
Twice, actually. Yeah, just unannounced.
Oh, that's intrusive, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know when you have obviously when you had to do that quarantine, did you have the full intention to do the full day, 10 days? I mean, that's a bit excessive staying 10 days at home, So I would imagine that maybe you'd probably go for a little walk or jog or shop, whatever. Did you have the full intention to stay 10 days at home?
Yeah. I think they don't mind if you go out for exercise or go to the shops. Like if you live alone, right, and you just arrived from abroad,
Yeah.
you need to go shopping to get food for your fridge, right? You need to go out for dinner.
Yeah, I don't think they would allow that, when they say quarantine.
No, they do. They do.
Everything.
Basic or necessities, you're okay, right? But
Okay.
yeah, but going to meet family and stuff like that, they don't allow that.
Also, as long as you go do your necessities like daily exercise or
Yeah. So I give an example. If you come back from an amber list country, you need to pay for 2 tests. These PCR tests.
Yeah, you have to. Yes.
Now, the company I paid for, their website said, please don't post the tests back to us because
You're talking about CTM.
PCR, I think it was. Yeah.
Oh, PCR.
So don't post the tests back to us because there's a delay with the Royal Mail service. So please deliver it to your local clinic, right? So that means you have to go out of your house and take it to the local clinic.
Right. Okay.
That's another necessity.
So they actually come and knock on your door unannounced, or they tell you beforehand?
No, unannounced.
But when you traveled from Dubai to America, was you in America for more than 10 days?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine then. Because if you was there less than 10 days, and they would ask you when you arrive in the UK, have you been to a red list country for the last 10 days? Within the last 10 days. And if you say yes, you'd have to do your £1,700 hotel.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, but
it's a mess right now.
It's going to be coming to an end on the 19th of July, though, isn't it?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Well, that's
they
what
make
they say.
up their minds as they keep changing their minds.
I can't wait for this traffic light system. I really want to go overseas, man.
Yeah, I was about to go to Portugal, and then they said, "Oh, we're removing that from the green list." I'm like, what?
Portugal is now
so I changed
amber.
plans.
Was it red?
It's on amber now. Another thing to point out is that if you get travel insurance, right, which is important at this time, because when the situation changes. If you're stuck there, you have to pay for your hotel and all that. So
Yes.
what happened was, yeah, it's not just the lists that you have to look at, but the Foreign Office has a website that says whether they encourage travel into that location. Now, if they say this is a country we do not recommend travel into, and you still travel there, your travel insurance won't cover you. Yeah.
And you can't even plead ignorance saying that you didn't look at it.
No, bro, that doesn't work. Not in the UK. Islamically, that's an excuse, right? But not in the West.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know the speed limit. Sorry, mate.
So
You
is
should have known that.
there any country in Europe here that is on a green list? Because I know even Holland, and I'm not
The
sure about
Balearic
Germany.
Islands, whatever that is.
The what?
The Balearic Islands. Some islands off of Spain. And there's a couple of other locations. I don't remember which ones.
But Spain itself is as an amber.
Spain is amber right now. Tomorrow should be an update. There might be a change on Spain.
Oh, is it on Spain? Okay. So tomorrow they'll probably take a few countries off the amber, add them to a green, and others will be added to the amber.
Who knows, bro? They might want to either. The fallout from this Matt Hancock saga is it needs containment right now. You know who that is?
Yeah.
Matt Hancock.
He caused a mess, mate.
He cheated on his wife, they said, with a colleague. And that colleague is now, she was married, it seems. She was married. And her husband was a millionaire. Yeah, they're both married. Yeah. And now she said, oh, I'm going to leave my husband to go and, try and make it work with Matt Hancock. who hasn't gone home to his wife.
Oh, that is evil, man. Imagine his wife finds out he cheated on her through the media. And the first thing she hears of him is that I'm leaving you.
Bro, these are the people who run our country. Where's the morality, bro? Where's the... Yeah. This couldn't have happened like 20 years ago. Look what happened with Clinton.
In the 96, yes. So this is the guy Hancock that introduced the whole, the traffic light system, and he's the one that introduced the lockdowns.
Yeah, the social distancing. Yeah. Okay. He was the health secretary. Now we've got Sajid Javid. Sajid Javid of all people.
Wait, the former Home Office.
Yeah, him.
But he's back again. Okay, I thought he left the government or politics. So this is this guy had 3 most senior positions. He was a chancellor at one point. He was a Home Office at one point, and now he's the.
Yeah, he'll be prime minister next. He's probably going to be dreaming to be the first Muslim prime minister of England. Yeah, and I think that's what Sadiq Khan is also dreaming of as well.
Okay, Sadiq Khan wants to do a Boris and go into politics after this.
Yeah.
How long has he been in bed, by the way? Has it been 10 years?
His second term right now, isn't it?
How long does one term last? 4 years?
I think 4 years. Yeah. Yeah. All he's done during the 4-year period is screw up the roads for Londoners, for drivers. Yeah, it's awful, man. Driving in London is awful because of him.
They keep increasing the congestion area further and further away from central, man.
And Boris Johnson, he stopped it extending. So big up to Boris Johnson, bro.
But when he was a mayor.
Yeah, Boris Johnson was a good mayor, I'll tell you that. Unlike Ken Livingstone.
He was
the Labour Party are awful, really awful. Yeah, they don't care about individual rights or liberties or freedoms. They think the government can do what it likes.
Nah, but Labour is the party of the working man, though. The Conservatives.
They're communists, that's why. Well, that's the idea. That's the idea, but in reality, they're against the working man, the Labour Party. They claim to support what's for the greater good, in spite of your individual freedoms.
Communism is probably the closest thing that you'll find to socialism, though, isn't it?
Yeah, and they both suck. Islam is liberal.
Islam is liberal.
Mm.
I would have thought
It's more
Islam's
liberal
closer
than
to
it is
social.
communist.
No, so Islam is more social than socialist than it is liberal.
No. The reason I say that is because if you look at Islamic law, everything is permissible except which Allah has made forbidden, right? Everything is permissible. And the things that Allah has made forbidden are very few in number. They're very few in number. There's not many things that are haram. Like if you go to the supermarket and look at the shopping, the drinks aisle, the majority of the drinks you can drink. Water, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, orange juice. You can drink everything. The only thing you can't drink is the alcohol.
You're right.
So that which is halal, it far outnumbers the things that are haram. What we don't have in Islam is absolutism. So we can't have absolute freedom. Yeah. You can't say I can do whatever I want. No, you can do whatever you want within the framework of the Sharia.
But that is what liberalism is, effectively, isn't it? Without the
the idea of when they talk about liberalism in the West, in fact, liberalism originally wasn't meant to be absolutist. Okay, but you get people who just take it like people who talk about freedom of speech. They say, "Oh, we can say whatever we want." That wasn't the idea of freedom of speech. The idea of freedom of speech was to speak against the powers that be and be safe from being put in prison. So you should be able to speak against the government or the king without being put in prison. That was the idea. It was to speak truth to authority, truth to power. It wasn't meant to be, I can speak and say whatever I want to those who are less fortunate than me. Yeah. Yes. It wasn't meant to allow the strong to oppress the weak. That's not what freedom of speech was for. And these idiots at Speaker's Corner, that's what they try to do. They say, well, I'm free to oppress the minority Muslims by saying whatever I want about their religion. That's not what freedom of speech is about.
Yeah, they added another framework to it. That wasn't in there originally, yes.
But if you look at freedom in Islam, it gave women the right to divorce. That didn't exist before Islam. That today is considered a feminist and a liberalist idea.
Yes.
The woman has rights. That's from Islam. That's liberal. But again, we don't have absolute liberalism. We don't say, okay, a woman now can divorce a man and go and marry a woman. We don't go to that extreme.
But even the liberalism in the sense of the West, it's a new phenomenon itself. It's only been around, I'd say, maybe the late 60s, early 70s. Before that, the West was.
It goes back to, from what I remember, people like John Locke, Tom, what's his name? Tom something. Forgotten his name.
Where was he from? From the 50s or 60s?
He was an Englishman who went to the United States, helped them form their constitution. He went to France as well. He got the Medal of Honor or Freedom, whatever it is, from France after their revolution. Oh my gosh, what's his name? Thomas Paine. I think that was his name, Thomas Paine.
So he helped the Americans write up the constitution that they have today.
Well, gave them the ideas and principles, because after the French Revolution, to prevent the tyranny of government, Pre-World War I.
That
Yeah,
was
pre World War One. We're talking way before that, maybe 1800s.
Wow. Okay.
Mm. Yeah, read about Thomas Paine's life. It's very interesting.
So he helped the Americans with the idea of the Constitution, and then he went to France and do the same thing for
Yeah,
them.
yeah. Well, he helped the French after the Revolution to form a constitution because
Didn't
they
even know
wanted to
the French
prevent
had
the
that Constitution.
tyranny of the monarchy. So what they did is they tried to, this idea of a separation of powers
Yeah.
is to prevent.
They're putting the power from monarch and giving it to
Yeah,
Parliament.
yeah.
That happened in the UK as well, wasn't it? I think it was the 1700 Oliver Cromwell.
Mm.
Yeah, but then they went back to the monarch, and they
So
unearthed
the idea, the point is that all of these people who claim about
yeah.
freedom of speech and liberalism, the founding people behind their ideas, none of them meant for it to be understood the way that these people are applying it today. Right? None of them. None of them said, "Oh, we're arguing for the right of the person to choose their gender." Yeah, that
Yeah,
wasn't
but
the
that's a
idea.
new phenomenon, though, isn't it? I mean, choose your own gender. That's like what? I'd say the 1900s or the 90s or early 2000s.
Mm.
The rights of gays and to be homosexual and all that. I think that was a lot earlier. That was maybe the 70s and 60s, and that's when liberalism was starting to gain traction.
Yeah, something interesting that I was when I was on Ralph's channel in the morning.
Yeah.
We're having some discussions about, I guess, different impacts of societies. So,
Yeah.
and something I hadn't considered until today. When people talk about the loss of traditional Christian values in the UK, right?
Right. Yeah.
Do you know why? Why do you think we've lost those values in the UK?
Liberalism.
Yeah, liberalism is the argument, right? But where did
Yes.
liberalism come from?
Where did liberalism come from? That's a good question.
Yeah. So what I sort of concluded is as follows, right? When people talk about traditional Christian values,
Yeah.
it's actually an incorrect statement. What they're really talking about is traditional Muslim values that were adopted by the Christian society in the West. Why did they adopt Muslim values? Because throughout history, for hundreds of years, there was one superpower in the world. Do you know what it was? The Muslim superpower.
Yes.
After Allah promised that Rome and the Persians will be defeated,
Yes.
Islam became the world's superpower.
It did.
And
Yes.
therefore, it influenced other societies through trade and through soft power. Now, what happened was the West saw that this superpower is successful. We're going to have to adopt some of their values. They adopted certain values like how women dress. In the UK, women used to wear hijab in the UK. They used to wear long dresses, fully covered.
Yeah, they did. I remember the long dresses. Yeah.
In Austria, they didn't just wear the hijab, they wore the niqab too. There's photographs of
Did they?
Austrian women, yes, dressed all in black. You'd think they're a Muslim.
Wow.
Looks like the full jilbab. So what I realized, bro, is that the UK and the West, they will obviously, and it makes sense, they're going to adopt values of the superpower of the time. Now, what happened with the fall of the Ottoman Empire, with the fall of the Muslim superpower, a new superpower emerged, and it was the United States. Now, that became a lot more liberal over time, and the West has gradually adopted more and more of that liberalism.
Yes, right. America is responsible for a lot of the liberal movement and the liberal ideas of today. Yes.
The suffragette movement in the UK, we're taught, it was some disgruntled English woman. No, she got her ideas from America.
Who's that?
I don't remember her name. The main woman behind the suffragettes, the
Okay.
ones who sought women's rights and the right to work in the UK and stuff. That came from America. When you look at this stuff about gender
Even
identity,
not even working. I mean, even voting. Women were not allowed to vote up until quite recent, wasn't it?
well, it depends where and which
I
country.
think in the UK, was it what,
Hmm.
the 50s or 60s, when women were allowed to vote?
Hmm. Well, just 100 years ago, women couldn't divorce their husbands. Women were inherited as property. Yeah, if the husband died, the woman was inherited along with the property. So
The woman was
yeah.
inherited.
Yes, bruv.
Oh my word, subhanallah.
Yeah. But look, 1400 years ago, Islam gave women rights. It gave them
Gave women
freedom.
the right. Yes, it did. Yeah, of course.
1,400 years ago, not like 200 years ago, 100 years ago, bruv. Time ago. And also, people talk about, oh, Winston Churchill was racist because, in those days, racism was normal. Well, Islam banned racism 1,400 years ago.
Yes, it did. Yes, it took them. It took them another.
It completely
50, 60
prohibited
years.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
bruv. So don't give me that excuse. Islam, hundreds of years ago, dealt with it. So, what are we saying again? We're talking about
you're right,
So, and if you check it today, right, the rest of the world is adopting the United States values by way of movies that are propagated. Right, the Hollywood movie industry, it projects American values through what they call soft power. It uses movies and advertising, and all these methods to spread their ideas. If you go to many Muslim countries around the world, right, Muslims in those countries, they'll watch American movies, they'll look at Westerners and say, oh, they're successful, so we need to adopt their values. So they'll start dressing like them. They'll shave their beard and mustache. Sometimes they'll keep a mustache. I don't know why.
Are you
they'll wear
saying
a
that
suit.
it's even effective in Muslim countries? The way these
Yes, bro.
Americans are.
Yeah,
Oh,
they'll wear
wow,
a suit and tie. Yeah, they'll wear a suit and tie. They'll dress like the kuffar because they think that's the secret to success.
That's obviously the first step of liberalism entering your country.
Yeah, they look at the Muslims, right, who are practicing, and they think, oh, they're backward. They don't represent progressiveness and success.
Wow.
So that's the same thing. Just the same way the world is being affected by the superpower of the time, which today is the United States. When Muslims were the superpower, we affected the rest of the world too. And those traditional Christian values were actually traditional Muslim values that the world adopted. Yeah, that's really what it was.
Claimed it for them, and they claimed it for themselves.
Yeah, it wasn't Christian values, but it was Muslim values. The Christian church adopted them. And if you really wanted to break it down, prior to Islam, if they had such values, which they didn't, you could say, well, they were Jewish values then.
Yes. The Jewish believers.
Do you think a Tuggeril series is a good counter to what they show?
Sorry?
No, I'm reading this question from Nicholas. I haven't watched it, right? All I've watched is the first episode and not the whole of it. But the effect I've seen it have on many Muslims who've watched it is having
negative.
That positive. No, it's having that positive effect of the soft power. So I think it can only be a good thing. Yes, it can only be a good thing.
It depends on what you consider a good thing, because a lot of people that watch that will come away and you loving Islam more, but they're coming away with a negative view towards Saudi Najd region. I've seen that happen.
Well, I don't necessarily think
because it doesn't portray
they're blameless, bruv. They're not blameless.
Then what? The next region?
Yeah, they're not blameless, bruv.
No, you can't say that reaction. Of course, I mean,
The
Follow
ulama,
the
look,
Ottoman.
the scholars, no, if you're talking about knowledge, right, the knowledge of Islam,
Yeah.
right, then I cannot criticize that from the Najd region. They've helped preserve, you know, the pure belief system in Islam. I've got no problem with that. But if you're talking about, all right, just because of that, we have to love the Najd region in totality. No, I don't agree, because if you look at the 9/11, the world after 9/11, they're to blame. They're the
Why
ones
is no?
who
Why is Najd to blame? None of them were from there.
that whole
They were all
narrative
from Europe.
of no, the Saudi government, right? The whole narrative of we're at war with extremist Muslim terrorists. Yeah. That wasn't just the United States and the UK spreading that propaganda. Saudis spread that propaganda amongst their own people as well. We're at war with these terrorists, these extremist terrorists. Right? Al-Qaeda, blah, 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 blah. The same exact narrative. So they teamed up with George Bush and Tony Blair and pushed that BS. For 10 years straight, Muslims were living in a state of fear all over the world. Ending up with these Tommy Robinson scumbags demonizing Muslims.
I hear what you're saying, but I don't. Obviously, I know that America and what's it called, UK were at the forefront of pushing these war against extremism and terrorism.
Yeah, you didn't see
I'm not
the
sure about
involvement of the
Saudi.
Saudis.
I've
Yeah.
never seen the same involvement.
You never heard of Bandar Bush?
I haven't heard of what? Bandar Bush.
Bandar, Prince Bandar. He was cool. He was known as Bandar Bush because he used to spend a lot of time with George Bush.
No, I haven't heard of him. No.
Mm.
Okay, so he was very friendly with Bush. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but obviously, I think the people that watch that show, like you said, yeah, they may come away with having love for the religion, and in terms of the, you know, the way they spread Islam. But if you were to look at it to the entirety, all the way to the end, they're also going to come away with negative view of the Najd regions. And I've noticed that there's a phenomenon even within the Islamic world, Muslim world. There's a very there's a big increase of the negativity towards the Najd regions.
Yeah, but because that's that's belief based. It's, people who hate Tawheed, right? So I don't agree with those people and their criticisms of Tawheed. But what I do, I can't support is the Saudis' involvement with this
But that's exactly what they
modern
do,
crusade.
They are not going to come to you and say this is what they dislike of Tawheed. They're going to package it as the way you have just put it, against the Saudi state or the history of the Saudi state. When in reality, they hate the teachings of Sheikh Abdul bin Wahab.
Yeah. Bruv, I'm very sorry to say this, but because I'm enjoying the conversation, but my battery is on 3%, and StreamYard runs it down quick, so I'm gonna need to shut off.
Okay, no problem.
And I don't have my charger with me. Big up, bro. We'll speak soon, inshallah. And thanks for all the people watching. Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. So yeah, may Allah give all the Muslims Jannah and save us from the hellfire. Thank you all for watching. And yeah, may Allah bless Why So Religious with Islam and bless his wonderful son and wife. So yeah, sallallahu wa sallam ala nabiyyina Muhammad wa alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.